Hello. How are you all doing? Hi, Sarah doing. Hi, Rayo. Hi, Clemoniac. Hi, Dr. Smilex. How you doing? I hope you're all having a wonder. Oh gosh, this glove's not going on. There we go. Inquisitor Muffin Shane Clemoniac has won 100 under slots. Oh my goodness, that's how much you put into it. How you doing though? We here in the newt sphere. Oh gosh. It's a nice day today. It's really windy and rainy, but then my cat ran out in the weather and it's like, oh, that's not good. You're doing well. You're doing well, yeah. Oh, do you know what happened yesterday? My mother bought a new toy for our cats, but she only got one. And it was it's a catnip cactus. And they broke it immediately. But they really, really loved it. They really, really loved it. Although she only got one and we have 2 cats. And one of the cats just slobbered all over it. Well, she bit it and attacked it for ages, and it was like soaking wet by the time I got it. But by the way, don't join chaos. Don't join chaos. They don't have cookies. It's a lie. All chaos has is lies. By the way, my war boss got his head because I ordered a war boss from Etsy, and he didn't come with his head, but now he's got his head. And they sent 2 versions of a head. Basically, one with a cigar on that side and one with a cigar on this side. It's like, oh, but look how big it is. It's massive. Look at it compared to a marine. Yeah, I expected him to be a little smaller. Basically, he's scaled for a 50mm base, not a 40mm base, which is what the war boss is meant to be on. But compare it to like my mega armored war boss, which I did actually put onto a 40mm base because I'm using it as a big mech instead. It's like over a similar-ish size, except Raheem with his massive power claw, but power claw versus big chain axe. I mean, it's fair enough. Well, the thing is, he's meant to be second in command. I didn't expect him to be so ridiculously big. Like, compared to a normal orc, and he's like, yeah, you can see how tiny the orc is next to him. The cookies were a lie. Yeah, don't join chaos. They lie about the cookies. So I'm not, it's kind of okay. I wanted him to be a commando war boss. So like I'd have him in an army where he can join the commandos. Normally they can't, but it's a detachment where you can give him an enhancement so he can join a commando unit. Similarly, there's another army. There's another one where you can get a mech to join a flash kit squad. Even though normally they can. White gloves today. No, the pink gloves actually. They're just like a very light pink, but the camera's weird. I don't know how to fix the color settings on this camera and stuff. I've tried lots of stuff, but it's always just a little bit off. 3D printed. But yeah, it just feels a bit oversized, but it feels more like a toy than a figurine. So I'm thinking maybe I'll just try doing a conversion in the long run. But for now, he's fine. Hi, Emperor's Right Ball. How you doing? Your favourite cat feet? I'm not a cat though, but thanks for calling me favourite. Exactly 7 to the penetration of 9 is too many Necrons. No, there's never too many. You never got enough. Oh, but I am thinking I'm probably going to stop about 1,000 points. I was thinking about making more, but then I was like, no. We'll just stick with 1,000 points that I've got now. But I'm going to try and figure out a way to add the new kill team in to it, and that's about it. But I just have to wait for the new kill team to update for 40k. Yeah. Like, this head is way too big. Compare it to the war bossy head. The big mech head is just it's too big. Too big. Compare it to a normal orc. Yes, it feels like it's just designed for a different scale of mini. I'm sharing it when I finish my project with it, no worries. Oh, I want to see bones but metal, bones but metal, it's true. Also, I've got these two guys here because I noticed 2 issues on them from when I took pictures. You look there, just above his knee, you can see some white. That's not meant to be white, that's meant to be black. And on him, if you look at his backpack, just there we go. Just like between the neck and the backpack, it's effectively just too light. I need to get some more darkness into there. But yeah, I think it's otherwise pretty good. It doesn't need too much change. It's fine. It's fine. The issue is, as soon as you take a picture though, which you can zoom in on, it's like, it looks way worse. I'm like, ugh. Like this, it doesn't look too bad. The white's a bit too bright. It's not that bright IRL. There's a bit more depth to it IRL. But it's fine. It's fine. Also, I might need to put some more bronzy parts into these guns. I think I went a bit too overzealous on the black and brown. Also, look at our scarabs.
Stop using zoom and enhance.
Stop using zoom and enhance. Never stop using zoom and enhance. My blood and bones need Cuptle. Blood for the Cuptle. Skulls of a Cuptle. Look at our scarabs. I've already used a bunch of them. Want to see where I put the scarabs? They'll put them. Oh, I forgot to put them on this guy. No, I've not put any scarabs on this guy. He does already have some scarabs. Where are they? Where's the little scarabs? Oh, there's a scarab there. And there's, that's a skull. Oh, there's a little scarab right there. Can you see? Yeet. But yeah, I'm going to need to put little scarabs on this dude. I forgot about him. I put them on for other dudes. Like, you got this crypto file here. You got a scarab there on his back and a scarab down here. I've already got this crypto file for one a stolen arm from. And you got the 3 scarabs going to repair his arm. It's adorable. Hi, William Silverwood. How you doing? Yeah, look at him. Look at him going to heal the little arm. Or to fix it up. Then we did what we discussed last time, and we got some scarabs on this dude. We got a bunch of scarabs down here, and I got like a little one swinging there. A little one down here. I think there's like one here, like giving him some advice, and then another one in his shoulder there, giving him slightly contradictory advice. You know, like the death one and the angel. But that changes his model dramatically when he's talking to a little scarab. Hello, scarab. It's like, hello, how you doing? Hello. Hello. You're zooming. You're zooming. And then we still got this guy here, studying the little scarab booty. A little scarab down there. The scarabs here. And we still got a scarab lady over here. Editep, the scarab lady. I love this model. I want to paint them up. I think that'll be my next big painting project. And then him still covered in scarabs. Remember, we're basically making a cryptech army. With canoptic stuff. Well, as much canoptic stuff as we can get. Oh, but look at all of this. Look at all of them. And also, all of the purity seals. So many purity seals. There was 2 that fell off. I've just not bothered like putting them all together inside a little baggie. The problem is I don't know how to base Cuptle if I have the STL. I just know it would be on diorama. So what you do is you put Cuptle on a massive throne like this big. and Cuptle just sat in the middle of it. And then you put it like all around that throne, you'll have skulls. Just lots and lots of skulls. And some cola. And lots of people praying and worshipping. And what else? Cuptle, what else would you want? What else do you want on your base? What do you want on your diorama base? Oh, a bunch of big guns. And like some custodies. Some cupcake custodies. Protecting for Cuptle on his base. Oh, holding... No. So you got the giant throne. And that's on top of a bunch of skulls. On top of a giant... Oh, what do they call it? Palanquin or something. I can't remember. Palantif. You know, big wooden thing. Or a big base anyway. That's covered in people worshipping Cuptle. And has a bunch of people like guards with guns and stuff. Like Space Marines, custodies and things. And then underneath that, you've got a whole load of custodies holding it up with like the spear in the other hand. And like with shields and stuff. So you got like, one would have a shield at the front, then behind him spear, then behind him shield, and behind them spear, behind them shield, behind them spear. All the way, and then all along the back, and all along the front, and all along the other side. And then Cuptle's stats in the game would just be toughness 30, 700 wounds, 2+ armor save, 2+ invulnerable, 2+ feel no pain, gets to reroll all saves, saves can't be modified, gets 500, strength 10, AP 5, damage 66, attacks in melee, and at range 276 bolt gunshots. Also, any unit that comes close has to take a leadership test. If they fail, they join the side of Cuptle. And close is 5,896 miles. And they have to take a leadership test every single phase. Have a start and end of every single phase. I think that's only fair. And for how many points would Cuptle cost? Obviously like 20,000 billion, so you can never play him in a game. But that's just how much it would cost to bring Cuptle to the table. Hi TA, by the way, how you doing? Sorry, I'm gonna steal Cupcon's... No, don't steal my cola, otherwise you'll have to face the wrath of a Cuptle mini. So, I mean, isn't that like accurate? Doesn't that sound like Cuptle to you? Or am I being crazy with that idea? Is that just over the top? I mean, it's Cuptle. Why wouldn't you, like, give Cuptle all of his good stats? Okay, to be fair, if you want to go super meme, though, on the entire Cuptle is great, that's the kind of thing I would do. Just, like, give him the golden throne on top of a pile of skulls, so it's skull for the skull throne, with loads of people worshipping, and he's being carried by custodies. Hi Douglas Pendergraph, how you doing? Oh gosh, what's this? I just found a head. Whose head is this? Oh, I know what this is from. It's from his base. Probably. Yeah, it's one of these things. Okay, just have to look carefully at the base for where there's clearly a missing. Because if you look, there's a little guardsman head there, a skull. There's a little chaos skull there. I think this is meant to go behind this foot from the looks of it.
Looks like you're getting ahead in life.
Ah. Stop going every... You know, for one issue about wearing gloves like this is the discrimination. I stole that joke from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. No, it's the fact that it's hard to grab things. Also, I'm thinking my nerves in my hands might be slightly dead. Because yesterday I was running a bath, right? I was like, why is the water so cool? So I waited for the hot water to definitely heat up. And then I continued putting more hot water and I was like, why does it still feel relatively cold? And then I stepped into the bath. I was like, that's hot. No, that's hot. Like my feet could feel how warm it was. My hands, on the other hand, no, they felt it was still a bit cold. And it was so weird because my body was trying to decipher if it's hot or cold. Because I'm like in the bath, every other part of my body is like, this water's hot. But my hands are just in the water like, why are we cold? Why is this only lukewarm? So I ended up just taking my hands out of the bath for most of it, just so I could like feel nice and relaxed in a nice warm bath. And then I had like a candles on so that I could like, how's everyone doing? I hope you're doing good. I'm not stinky, Bob. Oh, so hi, Bob. How you doing, baked cupcake? That's no fingies. That's the problem. What do you mean, no fingies? No, my fingies. What happened to them? No! No! You stole my fingies. No. So I had the candles on in the bath. So then I was like, I wonder how desensitized my hands currently are. So put them over, like I dried them off, put them over one of the candles, a little bit over, and just like start to get in a little bit closer till I could start feeling the heat. And then eventually my fingers went, ow! I was like, okay, that works. I didn't burn myself, don't worry about that. I was very careful. Oh. But I think the problem was I had been super gluing quite a bit without gloves on. I think what had really happened is that basically the glue had basically peeled away some of the skinny stuff and, you know, formed thin layers over my fingers so that I wasn't necessarily feeling as much with them. That's very cat-like activities. No, it's not. Fingies and this are common. You ate the fingies. No, you didn't. I recently remembered I have fish fingers in my freezer and I'm like, I should have some fish fingers. But then I've got so much other stuff to eat. Like I've got some macaroni and cheeses. I've got some SpaghettiOs. No, I don't have SpaghettiOs. I have them. Oh, what are they called? Tempura chicken. Yeah, that doesn't have any of the bad stuff in it. So I can have it. Yeah. Also, guys, I know what we're doing next week in addition to RimWorld. Oh, I think I'm just going to get the new not the new Raptors. I think I'm going to get a set of the old Raptors. Because I know we're getting new Raptors, but I'm like, the old set looks kind of good and I can't be bothered waiting a year to get them. But we got this Heartcon World Caller. So you can see the big sword, big spear, sorry, lightning claw, jetpacky stuff. The trophy crack. I'm going to convert him into a Night Lord model. But that's one of the reasons why I need like the raptor parts and the warp talon parts to convert him up. But also other combat patrol magazines. We got some Deathcopters. 3 Deathcopters. I've been looking at these models and I can't tell if they were updated from when I first built them. Like the Assault on Blackreach set. I think they have been because I remember the connections on these parts being a lot more thinner and fragile. Like my Deathcopters always broke. But I remember them being significantly thinner. Like... I mean, I've not opened the packets up, so I can't exactly see. So I'm not sure if they are the same from the Assault on Blackreach set. They do look push fit though, so maybe they are. And the other issue is, it's got the same issue the ones that Assault on Blackreach had, which I didn't like, in which there's just no customization options on them. Like, you have to have a custom Mega Blaster. You have to have rocket launchers, and you have to have... Yeah, that's it. It's just, you have to have what it gives you. Harkon and his stabby stick. Yeah, Raptors, Warp Talons, and Helldrakes, my beloved. I don't want to get a Helldrake, partly because people say it's a hellish model to build and paint. FYI, that thing earlier, the 7 to the penetration of 9, that's 695,000 digits. It would take me years to make a fraction of the zeros needed to display its size. And the angry machines would not even compare. Yeah, but that's not enough Necrons. You need more Necrons than that. We need to get GW on making that many Necrons. Also, much cooler model, Death Dread. The Death Dread model, I know it's ancient. Like, this is a model I don't think I ever actually had a Death Dread. I had Killer Cans, but I think the Death Dread was always too expensive for me. The Killer Cans were cheap and you got 3 of them and you got loads of spare parts. So I had a set of Killer Cans. I also had a set of metal Killer Cans. Yeah. I liked Killer Cans as well. Death Dreads were always just a bit meh, but it has so many spare bits in it. Also, it's surprising it uses the same base as the old Sentinel and it's way bigger than that base. Can we actually see the Death Dread? No, I can't show it. There you go. There's the Death Dread. Look, it's just so much bigger than that tiny base. I don't care what people say about Helldrakes. You love them. I think they look really cool. I just don't think I can bother with the model. Especially, it's also a very big model, and I'm trying to avoid getting too many very big models, mostly just Black Templar ones. It's hard to transport to move, and it's also... What's the other thing about it? It's also not the most playable model because it's a big, very easy to see model. It's got on a massive flying stand. On top of that, it's wide, it's long, it's tall. So it's easy to see from every direction. It has the aircraft rules. I think it can get hover, mind you, but still, it's never been a good model except the first time it was introduced. And I think when it was introduced was not long before they started changing aircraft rules so that aircraft suddenly became a lot weaker. Because originally, I think aircraft you could only hit on a 6 unless you had an anti-aircraft rule. Then they changed it to you just at a -1 to hit them unless you have an anti-aircraft rule. That made aircraft really strong. But I'm not sure if the Helldrakes ever actually got to benefit from that though. Because I swear they had something like where they could melee, which other aircraft couldn't. But the cost of them meleeing was basically losing the benefits of an aircraft and only having the negatives. Something like that. Literal killer cans ghosts made of metal. Best killer cans are made of Citadel paint pots though. Yeah, I've seen loads of them. And like, my favourite though are the grot tanks, where you put like a little grot like leading out of the tank. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. That's what I like to see. Okay, where's the Necrons though? Here's some destroyers. Here's some warriors. Here's some more warriors. And here's some more warriors. And here's some more warriors. And then here's 1, 2 bases. And... Huh. Just give me a moment. Looking for the correct basis. Cupcon. If Cuptle would have a Legion colour, what would it be? Don't say black or white because I don't know how to paint them. Orange! Cuptle would be orange. Or at least that's personally what I feel like. Okay, don't think there's any bases there. I've got to just need to check what base size they are actually meant to be on. So give me a quick... That's the wrong book. Yeah. Transfers move. Okay, found a... Oh, darn it, more transfers. There we go. Indomitus book. Okay, so they're for 40mm for Scarab. And they're on the 50mm for the Destroyers. Oakley dokley. I think this is 50mm. But it is... Is that the 50mm base I'm missing? Yes, it is. Okay, Destroyers first then. I'm surprised there's only one sprue. For 3 of them. Is that actually only one sprue? I mean, it looks like it. Am I actually missing a sprue? That's the back. That's the back part. I got a sprue F. Warrior, warrior, warrior. That's 4 sets of warriors. Spike, spike. Flavors, flavors. Spike. Spike. Assault Marines. Okay, F, 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 F. Okay, it looks like it's just one sprue, yeah. That one has 1 weapon, that one has 2 weapons. And the other one has 2 weapons as well. So let's look. 1, 2, and... Yep, 2. 1, 2, 2. Okay, yeah. So it is just one big sprue. Back piece, back piece. Back piece. Okay, I have 3 back pieces. Okay, so yeah, it's just one sprue. Hi, Strive 420. So I was looking at sprues and stuff. I was counting. That's very hard work for me. The amount of atoms of the universe is smaller than the amount of Necrons you want to GW to make. You would need GW to generate matter for the universe. Okay, that's not difficult to do. So what you do when a matter meets an antimatter and they love one another very, very much, they go big bangy boom booms, and you know what happens? Lots of energy that turns into lots of mass that becomes, it's a great big bang, and it creates an entirely new universe that you can... Oh gosh. I gotta go now. Bye, Dr. Smilex. I just got my kit delivered yesterday. Yay! That's your big Gunpla kit, isn't it? For 161 you were talking about. I hope you have an amazing day, Dr. Smilex, or amazing rest of your day or evening or sleep, whatever it is. So, if you want... Oh wait, some of these things aren't in live chat, so if I've been missing messages, I apologise, because I wasn't in live chat everywhere. There we go. Unicorn. Oh yeah, unicorn! That's it. Oh yeah, did you want to do the pink LED stuff? Yes, yeah. I was looking for loads of Cryptek heads, but I couldn't find any Cryptek and Canoptek heads. Like I wanted to get, you know, for heads like the Spider has and like what the Reanimator has here, and give it to all of my Necrony stuff, especially for Destroyers. But I just couldn't find any online, at least none for reasonable prices. Ow, I just realised I've lost a 50mm base. I will show up somewhere. Because I had 2 out. Because I keep meaning to make a Saturnine. My last 2 Saturnine models. I've even got like the little missile launchers. Oh wait, there's one of the missile launchers. Where's the other one? Oh, it's here. Good, good. I discovered that her feet are a cobalt blue and metallic. Ooh. Hi, Severidwin. Wait. Severidwin. Did I not say hi to you before? I think I might have forgotten to say hi to you before, Severidwin. I'm sorry. Hi, French Puff. Why do we keep missing Severidwin like that? 2, 3. It's because I see the green text and then think I've already said hi to that person. Many such cases. No! I was supposed to say hello. Oh, you were buried under everybody else, that's why. I'm sorry. Okay, you're going to get 3 hellos. And hello, Severidwin. Big hello. And another hello. You want a Necron sword? Stop! Stop. Today I'm going to try and finish an armor that I am making.
Today
Yay.
I am going to try to finish an armor that I am making.
Yay! Oh. Oh wait, do you even go on this piece? I think you do. Maybe not here. Maybe you go further down. Maybe you go here. Maybe you like that. Or maybe you're like that. Maybe you're not like that. Maybe you're not like that at all. Maybe you're not like them. Or they. Oh! Yeah, I need to make a schedule. I meant to make a schedule before. But then I've been, unfortunately, busy today. Oh no, this is his leggy legs. I think this is his legs. I think it goes something like this. Okay. So we've got 2, 3. Where's 1? 1. The spine. Obviously the spine. Some of the Necron models out there look extremely cool, but look so impractical to build. I do know, just like they'll break in a second. Okay, you definitely go on something like... No, maybe not that way. Maybe this way. No, definitely more this way. Ugh. Oh. There we go, something like that. Yeah, it definitely goes that way. Okay, that's difficult to push through. And I'm imagining you go something like that. Yeah, there we go. That's how it works. I have 1 whole arm, or 4 arm to be exact. Oh! I'm going to go with a combination of that metallic cobalt blue with cyan blue and hot pink accents. Ooh! I think it will look great with a pink LED. Yeah, it sounds like it'll be really nice. Okay. 5 is next. Oh, look, there's a big old head there. Attached to an arm. Okay, that's number 4. With a lot of kits, with the more modern kits especially, following the number system works in general. Okay, so you want to be like this. That makes sense. So you'll be like this. You be like this onto there. Then we got the chest plate. Hey people, apparently this stream is YouTube featured. Ooh. I don't think that means much, to be honest, because usually when I see YouTube featured, it's just where it goes, hey, this is one we're picking for you because we think you might like it. Which is slightly different from the usual ones this show, because basically it's just a highlighted one. I'm not sure, because we had a bunch of people saying it was YouTube featured for my Warhammer Total War stream. And that was really popular, so, you know, maybe YouTube for once actually likes me. Yeah. Congrats on getting YouTube featured. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, so hi to Lan, how you doing? Okay, what do? We put this one goes... Yeah, the head would definitely go like... I feel like the head's meant to go here. How do you fit, you crazy egg? You egghead. Egghead's not even a proper insult because it's a good thing. Okay, maybe it's meant to... No, definitely not like that. Okay, there we go. No, there we go. Is it like this? No, I just not want to join together. Just not want to join. Oh, I'm bending the pieces now. Oh no. Can I ask why we have Necrons? Where is it? Oh, there it is. I bought the Indomitus box set because it came with 2 unique sprues. But you can still buy online, but for expensive. And for the same price as those 2 sprues, I could get the Indomitus box set. Actually less, except when customs kicked in because it was shipped from America and I completely forgot about the tariffs that we put on America. Oh gosh. So yeah, that was 6. So it added quite a bit of expense to it, but in the end I still saved money, just not as much money as I expected. But either way, we got this Cooler Just Silence booklet, which just blinded everybody. I apologize, I keep forgetting I should not be showing white light on white things on this. But yeah, for the unique sprues it has, that model here for the animator, this one. That model there. This one. And where's the other model? That one there, which is this one, are part of a royal court. Didn't come with scabs. Don't turn me into a banana. Oh. Yeah, they are part of a royal court, and you can buy it, but it's online only, meaning you have to buy it directly from Games Workshop. I mean, you can buy it outside of Games Workshop too, but it will always cost the same. You can't get it cheaper. Or usually you can't. It also comes with these guys, the Destroyers. This guy, who is this guy, He's called he's a warden, royal warden. And it comes with, where's the Necron Lord on this? Various, right at the back there, which we turned into the Scarab Lady. Editep, the Scarab Lady. Oh yeah, I forgot about it. It also has 2 crypto files, which I don't even think are in this image. What the heck? Oh no, there they are. That's the back there. Oh no, that's a parasect. Never mind, never mind. I'm looking at it very carefully. I can't find the crypto files. Well, either way, it comes with these 2 little fellas who are also from the same Royal Court kit. For the space, and you have this Imhotep, for Royal Warden and Imhotep, they're both also, they're separate sprues on these guys. That guy, that guy, that guy, and the 2 crypto files are all on the same sprue, so you have to buy them together. Him and the Royal Warden are their own separate sprues, but they're still online only, meaning you have to buy them through Games Workshop, so it's more expensive. For the Space Marines, the Eradicators, the Blade Guard, we built these last time. That dude there, and that Chaplain. And where is the other guy? The Blade Guard Veteran there, and this guy for Judiciar. They're also all part of the same sprue. Now, the thing is the difference between these guys here is that you can buy Blade Guard now in their own box set with all their own spare pieces, and you can swap out arms and heads and stuff. You can buy Eradicators now that have their own sprue and own box set and stuff, and it's different from this one. In fact, we have them because we bought the Salamander box set, and we could compare them directly to one another. The Chaplain, you can buy Chaplains by themselves, but none of them look like him, and he's really cool. We turned into an Ex-Equator foe, and we turned this ancient guy, who you cannot buy outside of that sprue either, into a Crusade agent. And that Judiciar, you can now buy that model exactly by itself. In addition, you can buy this guy by himself and this guy, the captain and the lieutenant with relic shields, by themselves, but again for online only, so you have to buy them through Games Workshop. So they're more expensive. So yeah, it comes with just a whole load of cool models. The Necrons have similar body structure as Age of Sigmar, Austriarch Bone Reapers. Yeah, people like to use Bone Reapers in Necrons. And vice versa. Not as much vice versa, but for people like to take the Bone Reapers and use them in the Necrons. I think that was purposeful by Games Workshop though, because as much as they like to separate their models now, the old Tomb Kings and the Necrons never really shared much similarity. So while they shared similar lore, and while they shared similar aesthetics, they couldn't really be used. You couldn't really use a Necron as a skeleton, and you couldn't really use a Tomb King skeleton as a Necron. Now with the Bone Reapers though, you can actually switch them out pretty well with just minimum kit bashing. So it's pretty fun to have like more unique versions of stuff. You started with a skippable cutscene. I'm sorry. Have you ever seen Overlord? I mean, Necromancers are kind of OP. Yeah, I love Overlord. I actually have all of the Overlord books. Not all of them, the last 2 I just never bothered getting because I was waiting for them and then just couldn't be bothered. Yeah. No, I don't believe it. Bone Reapers are big boned. The Bone Reapers are big boned, it's true. Yeah, how does this head connect to... Doesn't feel like these 2 pieces connect very well. Maybe this head's just a bit bent out of shape. It needs to be bent further the other way. Oh gosh. But yeah, you asked why Necrons, so I had to go through the unskippable cutscene of why Necrons. Partly because also Necrons just have some really cool minis right now. Like, they really got some lofts a little bit ago, and it was amazing. And even the new Tomb King, Tomb World, sorry, Kill Team set looks really cool. There we go. They've been given a lot more characterization since back when I played. Oh gosh, now it doesn't want to come apart. Either way, I should probably glue it. Hi, Sunshine Rays. How long are you planning on streaming today? I'm out for lunch. For about another 2 hours and 15 minutes. Oh gosh, I've been yapping for the first 15 minutes of this stream. 15 for the first 50 minutes of this stream. Oh god. I might go a bit longer. Preferably not too much longer because I need to get a schedule made for today. Okay, do you think this is the correct way around? Do you think it goes the other way? I imagine it goes this way round. Yeah, probably this way round. Upgrades people. Also, there is some guy, I want to call him a bone shaper, but he's reanimating a bony boy. And I would totally make him a cryptech type. Yeah. We'll look at the website a little bit later, at least until we've got one of these guys built. Yeah, it definitely does not go this way. Definitely goes the other way. The Starkers are super cool. My favourite of the Necron models are probably the Cryptex at the moment. Like the Psychomancer, the Technomancer, and stuff are just super cool. Not Technomancer, the... I can't remember what they're called. The new Cryptech, the Geomancer's really cool too. I really like how they're called Mancers, which really gives the idea of them, you know, being kind of magical. But they're not really magical. It's all just tech, but it just seems like magic. But even the Necrons aren't really sure how their own tech works anymore, not even the Cryptex. I kind of... Oh, look at him! He's got 4 hips! His hips don't lie, that do 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 do. Hips don't lie. I don't know the songs. I just know hips don't lie. And Shakira, Shakira, and you know I love that song. Oh, I loved dancing and singing that song when I was a kid. Oh, and even now I still do. It's just great. It's the best song ever made. No one can tell me otherwise. And if you try, you're incorrect. Hi, Night Parade! I assume Necrons are somehow similar to Necrons. I assume. It kind of is. So, Necron lore, to give you an oversimplified rundown of what it's like, they are people who effectively sold their souls to a god in exchange for immortality, or a bunch of gods. And they got cursed with immortality by the fact that they basically, most of the Necron species died then and there with their souls ripped from their bodies and given new metal bodies that didn't retain their basic personalities. The Necrons that retained, the few that did, the Lords and the Cryptex, they retained very little. Some of them retained a lot, some of them retained less. But basically the entire species was doomed from that point on. Although the lore did change, and now it's more like a curse from the Cryptex, not the Cryptex, but Catan after the betrayal, or something like that. It's less changed the more the lore's been updated as more is known about the Necrons. Oh gosh, these guys are actually smaller than I expected from the pictures. They're kind of cute. But either way, they're kind of half alive, half not. Oh, did they say hi, Night Parade? Hello, Night Parade. I thought it. I don't know if I said it. How does one upgrade? Yeah, you go to this. It might take a little while for the link. Sometimes it takes a little while to load, but once you do, you just have a bunch of like options listed, like B hats, B offhand, B hand. For 11th edition, would you like to see Necrons in the release box? Orcs. I want orcs in the release box because that would mean they're more likely to get a full range refresh like the Nids have gotten this edition. Well, the Nids haven't just gotten a bit of a range refresh and some cool new units. I say new, mostly just brought back some old ideas. But throughout this edition, they've constantly gotten new things. Like they've gotten, oh, what was it? They just like had random things skipped in, like the new, oh, what's the word? Ravenous. The new Ravenous came out recently. What else new did we get? Obviously, you got the Leviathan release box, giving them the new Psychophage. The, oh, what's the Neurolictor new in 10th? I don't know. I don't think it was. I don't know. But the Orcs at the moment are in kind of a bad place with a lot of their kits being really fun to look at, but being lacking any modulability. The only modular kits they have at the moment are, you know, ones that can be modified and easily converted, are the really old ones like the Looters and the old Orc Boys. Like these new Orc Boys look really nice, just they can only be built one way and it kind of sucks. It doesn't really work too well for data sheets. The Orcs really need to be the new ones, just so that they can get some new kits that can replace some of the current ones. Especially if they need a new Orc Boy kit that works exactly the same way as the old Orc Boy kit, but it's just updated into new miniatures rather than being like, how old is it? Like, it's like 30 years old for Orc Boy kit, the popular one, the old one that's still around because the new kit they got was so terrible. A model update for Photon, didn't they just... I want more Leagues of Photon. I think yeah, they just got a new range. I don't think the Warriors need a new model update because they currently have 3 Photons. There's effectively 3 kits currently in production that can all be used as Warriors. You know what? We'll go to the website. I'll show you the website. Will this come up?
I don't think that I will be here so much during the stream.
Don't worry about it, French Puff. Just enjoy whatever you're doing. Okay, it's taken a little while to update. There we go. Leagues of Photon, if you want to see the things that they can have. I don't think the Warriors is a bad kit. I think it could definitely do with some changes. But they currently have the Halfkin Salvagers, which can be used as Warriors in 40k, I believe. But on top of that, they have Tau and Chaos could do with troop refreshes. Tau, I think Tau have troop refreshers already. Hi, Bunry. Ow. If we go, not that one. Wait, did I? Oh no, I didn't want hired guns. I clicked the wrong button. More other games, Necromunda, Shop Hall, Filters, Ironhead Squat Prospectors. This kit here only has 8 in, but it's a really fun kit if you want to have different types of Photon. Really fun kit, and it works so well as just being used as Photon. And it can be good for some conversions. Oh, darn it. I forget you can't just... what else do they have going on? Oh, yeah, and if you wanted wheeled bikes, sorry. Again, and they got the cool little guys here. You then got these exoskeleton guys. So if you want Leagues of Photon stuff, or do you know different bits and to add some variety, or make your guys look more like miners, you got some really good kits here. Like that looks like the new model. Some of them are resin, like all the ones that say 15 plus, they're resin. But this one and that one and this one aren't. Yeah, also, this is really cool. It's overly expensive, but these are really cool kits. For like, if you want to do some cool, like, hive or mining conversions for Imperium. Me want more that can stone regardless. But yeah, Arcs are probably the ones needing a refresh. Second Demonic Incursion into Farsight's Enclaves. Maybe we'll get Farsight Demonic Titan form. Yes, yes. Don't dream of new models lit to Photon, just starve. But Photon got a bunch of new models recently, and I think they're some of the coolest models. The Photon currently actually have a decent sized range. The other one that could do with a range refresh potentially is the Dark Eldar. The new combat patrol they have suggests maybe they could be getting a range refresh, or at least the Cabalite Warriors. Because the Cabalite Warriors are... It's £28, and that means it's a very old kit. It doesn't look that old until you start looking at the legs and realise, yeah, that's a very old style of doing legs and the arms and stuff. But it's, as I've said before, this feels like where they really started the modern miniaturizing with the really high detail on the different models. I don't necessarily think they need a range refresh. I think all the models they currently have are really good. They could do with some more models. The new combat patrol they've got is really cool though. And it has... Oh wait, the new combat patrol has units that they don't have here anymore. Like they don't have a Vax here that it has in. It's got a homunculus who could easily be converted into Fabius Bile. Talus. It has 2 Taluses in and 2 units of Vax, I believe. Love the squats. Hi, Nano Fate. Yeah, well, if we go to the community page again, how do we do that community? Oh yeah, for pre-orders are up today for a bunch of stuff. You probably, unless you can go to find it in your local gaming store, you probably struggle to find these army sets. But it's £120. You can probably get it for about £95-ish. If you can find it. I think both of these spearheads are really cool. Although, I realise that the boss in this spearhead is that tiny guy back there, and he does not look like a boss, and it's so funny. He looks more like a boss than him. It's crazy. New enforcers, new doggies, new cool resin models, new cool art. I kind of want to convert these into NIDs or something, or like find a way to use these. I really like the idea of having like some guardsmen that, you know, from some planet with loads of giant bugs. Amazing Bone Reaper box. There are many skeletons. Well, it's not Bone Reaper. What's it? No, it's Death Battle. It was the Night Haunt. What, Soulbite Gravelords, was it? Yeah, Soulbite Gravelords. Really cool. That's an ancient model, by the way. When I was collecting vampires, I had that model. It was just a White Lord. I was disappointed by how monopose it was. Are those new Blood Knights? Are they the same as the old vampire ones? I think they might be new. Not sure. Oh yeah, we wanted to look at the Bone Reapers. Ooh, oh, they got 2 spearheads. That's cool. Yeah, these guys could easily pass for Necron destroyers, these big dudes. Like the destroyers I'm building now, these little guys. They could easily be used as. Don't know what you'd use that big dude for, but he doesn't look as Necron-y. He doesn't have enough Tyranids biblical level of greed. If only they didn't have the ancient Dusty Viking in there for cool new models and Grandpa's ashes. No, they're all cool. Then you've got these dudes who... I actually like that they decided to keep with the thick bones. They do look a bit Necron-y. Like, if you wanted to make some really fancy Necrons for, like, your cool dynasty, your wealthy dynasty, these would be great kits to use for them. It would take a bit of work to convert them with shooty weapons, but you could do it. I do like that they kept for the thick bones, because one of the issue with old vampire skeletons is that they broke all of the time because they were so thin. They were extremely thin, they're extremely spindly, and they broke all the time. So lots of people, because for old Tomb King skeletons, I did this, were cheaper, you got more of them, and they were thicker, they had really thick connections, but they were very big boned. Like the bones were thicker than a normal person's arm, and the heads were bigger than a normal person's head. And it felt a bit weird, but they didn't break all of the time. That was what's good, and they still kept a theme of being looking like a skeleton. And I like that's what they kept here. They're nowhere near as spindly as the old skeleton models for the vampire counts. And they've got that sturdiness that the old Tomb Kings had. But they've got way more detail on them, and it's super nice. A sweet old lady saw my phone and thought I was watching your girlfriend talk about toys. Thinks your model is cute and said to rock on. Ah, oh, thank you! Rock on too, sweet old lady! You need one more colour as a lining colour. Feeling like my Under Armour frame colour would be better in a midnight purple. Oh, a midnight purple would be really nice. I'd say that, or go with a slight off black. Like close to black, but not quite black, like a dark grey. I think that could work. Or for underframe. And apparently the first 40k model did include a lady Astartes, but no one wanted them. Oh, that's sad. I never knew that. But what else is there? Oh yeah, for orcs. We've been building orcs with the combat patrol before. And this orc boys kit is terrible. Like orcs, the entire thing about orcs is that you want to convert with them, you want to kit bash, you want to do crazy builds. And the last few orc models, basically all the more recent kits have been terrible for that idea. Like they've been so monopose, they've had very little modular ability. I think I heard the new Hunter rigs and these ones, the Beast Snagger boys, are much better kits, which is nice, but the Beast Snaggers are just so distinct and different from the normal orcs. Like these old Battle Wagon kits and the old Killer Can kits and Death Dread kits are great for kit bashing with. For old boys kit down here, Where is it? This old Arc Boys kit, great for kit bashing. The Burner Boys and Looters, great for kit bashing. But the thing is these models are old now. They feel old, they look old, they don't feel up to date. And a lot of these other models just aren't that great for kit bashing. They look cool, but once you've built one, it takes a lot of work to make the others feel more unique and distinct from one another. And I feel like they could do with a proper range refresh and go back to, like, for Commandos, I hear, very good kit. They're very nice to build. And there's a lot that you can do with them for modulability and stuff. That's nice. And the new Tank Buster kit is definitely really good for that kind of stuff. I've seen a lot of people do builds with the new Tank Buster kit. The Wrecker Crew. That's a great kit. The models look good. They're really modular. They have lots of spare bits and lots of ways to build them. Really good kit. And that's what we need more of with the arcs. I don't necessarily think being in a starter set would be good for that though, because that's what killed some of the arc originality originally. Just getting these kits that are terrible for kit bashing with, like the Death Copters I just showed on before. They are just push fit models with just one way of building them, and it kind of sucks. And if you want to change it, it requires a lot of cutting, preferably using a saw. They repurposed the Femster Starties models into Sisters of Battle, and there was much rejoicing. Yeah. I knew that Sisters of Battle were quite early because they were in the Rogue Trader series, but I never knew they originally came out as them Astartes. I mean, originally the Astartes also had half elves, half Eldar were a thing in Rogue Trader. And included half Eldar Astartes.
We need an anti-tank hawk unit with just the rocket hammers. I just want to throw a truck full of rocket hammers at the nearest enemy tank.
There is actually that. You can, there's 2 tank buster units. One of them is rocket guns, like rocket launchers. The other is just rocket hammers. I think it's a Wrecker Crew that's just rocket hammers. But yeah, you can do that now with the arcs. I'm planning to get a kit, but I don't want to build them as rocket hammers. I want to build them as rocket launchers. I'm also planning to get 2 units of commandos. Pretty sure one of them is Ventures, but only the Knob gets... Oh, is it only the Knob gets a rocket hammer? I thought they all did. The old Tank Busters used to be all rocket hammers, I believe. There's an image in the original Rogue Trader showing a Sister of Battle fighting against a Marine from Rainbow Warriors chapter. Oh yeah, they had that. People forget that originally 40k might have been Grim Dark, but it was Grim Derp and extremely camp. It's so... If you read like the oldest books and like some of the old games, it's just so silly. I love it. It's... Oh, you think these guys are way tinier than expected. I expected them to be absolutely massive, but... Like, with him... And like with them being on 50mm bases and not 40mm, I expect them to be big. Like him, huge. He's a boss of his squad. And it's still a big sword he's got, but still. I mean, comparing swords. TA is doing a census. Whoops. Missed some people. Next starter box is going to be Ultramarines v Ultramarines. You're going to enjoy it. Now, I'm not sure if they would do Space Marines again, but people are suspecting it might be Black Templars versus Orcs because of Armageddon. And it might be an Armageddon box set, but I can't remember if I don't think Blackreach was Black Templars. I think that was Ultramarines again. And then came the Dark Vengeance box set, which had the Dark Angels in. And you had the Blood Angels and Eldar.
Now that is just wishful thinking. Back to bed, sis.
Personally, what I would like is one of these things. Catachan versus Orcs would be great. Like, introduce new Catachan with a cheap... Like, if they do what they did with the Necrons, where they release the Necron warriors as 10 kit that has lots of options, but they push fit. Like, this is what's great about the Necron warrior kit. This is from a starter set, and it comes with all the 10 Necron warriors. Each Necron warrior can be armed with this gun or this gun, and it's a starter set, so it's all push fit. And it also comes with scarabs. And it's a great set. It's great. Compare this to the Termagant set that doesn't have any... It's all push fit, doesn't have any options to choose from. It does come with some Ravenous. But this is a really great set. If they do the same again with Catachan, and in the starter set they give you push fit Catachan that comes with a variety of weapon options. And... they then just make that push fit set the new Catachan box. That would be perfect. Like, because that's why one of the reasons why Necrons are a bit cheaper than you might expect, because it's just a push fit kit. It's a push fit kit that came in a starter set and it allows them to sell it cheaper. That would be amazing for Catachans, and like give them a new command squad. And in a single starter set of the Catachan, and it makes sense, Catachan v Orcs is a really good army to do. I read the novel of Blackreach a couple of weeks ago. It was Ultramarines vs Orcs. Yeah. And there's, I think it's got Scout Sergeant Tellian in the novel, doesn't it? Or is it a Scout Sergeant Tellian's in the novel? I know there's a scene with a load of scouts versus a bunch of orcs. And like they get the ambush on them. I think Catachan desperately need a range refresh. Yeah, I think a starter set's a good way to do it. Like, sure, it'll be all push fit kits, but as long as you bring that modulability in that this Necron kit does, I think it'll be perfect. Give them a new command squad, give them a new set of Catachan infantry, give them a new set of rocket launchers, and then give them a new scout sentinel or something, or, you know, a new vehicle that's specifically like Catachan themed, all in one set, all in the starter box, or deal with a big Leviathan type box. For Orcs, give them a new Orc boy kit that's much more modular. It wouldn't be great for push fits, but if they can design push fit models because they have done it in the past, which all you need to do is cut off the little push fit parts, and then it becomes modular kit. And you can easily put the arms into another kit and vice versa. If they do the same with the Orcs now, so the Orcs have similar bodies to the old Orc kit, where it's kind of flat where the arms are meant to be. That would be great. So instead of being flat, you just have a hole, and then you have like with the arms pin in. That would be perfect. Very perfect. Catachan. Is it Catachan or Catachan? I think it's Catachan, but I'm not sure. Tellian is in it. Yay! I like Scout Sergeant Tellian. You couldn't imagine trying to paint something this small. Yeah, trying to paint details on small models is sometimes not as fun, which is why lots of people like building terrain and stuff and Titans, because they're much bigger models. Catachan is a planet that's basically super deadly jungle all over, yep. It's Astra Militarum. It's basically just, imagine Rambo, but you have an entire army of Rambos. That's what they are. They have Sly Marbo as their model, and Marbo is literally just Rambo with slight letter rearrangement. And he's a super cool guy. They also had my favourite character, which was Iron Hand Strachan. He was basically, at the time, the only Imperial Guardsman that could go to toe-to-toe in melee with other melee factions. Because he was toughness 4.
Threatening us with this Smurf v Smurf box set. What he doesn't realize is we wanted Gus, no matter what, Smurfs die.
Yeah. Conjure reading your own interpretation of my Catachan. So do you want to answer what a Catachan is? Who is Catachan? Or is it Catachan? Oh, who is it? Catachan, yeah, it's Rambo. It's basically just imagine an army of Rambos. Or have you seen Alien versus Arnold Schwarzenegger? No, Predator, sorry. Yeah, Predator versus Arnold. Imagine that. But it's just, again, an entire faction of humans. Well, it's not a faction of humans. It's part of the Imperial Guardsmen. They all wear shirts and vests. We've seen them a few times in, like, art and stuff. They're really cool. They used to be popular. I think they were the first plastic guardsmen. And in the 90s, they were, like, the most popular guardsmen for wear. But then the entire, love of that era of stuff kind of died away and they got left by the wayside. But it'll be really cool for them to get a range refresh. Yeah, it's a plant so dangerous that even Tyranids couldn't eat it. First starter set to sell less than 1 unit. No, Catachan are very competent but undisciplined. Commissars have a habit of disappearing. I've actually seen 2 interpretations of that. In which one of them is commissars have a habit of disappearing because they don't take orders or advice from the soldiery. And as a result, they end up dying, to the wildlife on the Catachan missions because most commissars don't know how to do proper scouting and stuff, especially in wild areas. And they keep going missing because literally just don't take the advice that's needed, or they die of like poisoning or, drinking the wrong water. I've also seen the interpretation of they just don't like being told what to do by a bossy boots who came from a school and didn't ever experience, the true terror of their homeworld. Either way, it's a really fun time. Eventually Krieg happened and everyone dropped Catachan so fast. It wasn't just that. The Cadians, I think, happened before the Krieg. The Cadians already existed before then. And I think they were the first guardsmen, but not in plastic. And they weren't called Cadian, they were called Arcadian originally. But they kept that sort of theme and eventually got turned into the Cadians we got today. In fact, people got really upset about the more rounded style of Acadians. Their rounded helmets
the Nids
now.
never reached Katakan. You don't want the Nids getting access to the DNA in that vertical bioweapons
it might
factory.
be Katakan. It might be Katakan, not Catachan. Yeah, it's Katakan. I forget that. It's with a K pronounced for CH. Cadia still stands. Yeah. I think that going back to rounded helmets not only helped modernize the Cadians, and like in this new Imperium which is trying to advance and change under Gilliman, but also it goes back to the more ancient rogue trader days with the Arcadians who had the rounded helmets that were inspired by, I believe, NATO and not NATO, the blue helmets. Wherever they are. She hates Cuptle. I'm sorry, I have to over... Cuptle, you're not allowed to talk. It's my stream. New movie directed by Conjuror. There's so many guard regiments that could be used. Yeah, I'd like Foister and Firstborn. And I'd like Mordian to come back. And the Steel Legion and stuff. But I'm keeping my expectations limited. So Katakan... I think it would have to be. It would be great for a starter set, and against Arcs, I would like to see the Burner Boys and Looters get come refreshed as a kill team. So I'd like a Mega Knobs refresh, so that could easily come in with a starter set. And I say a Mega Knobs refresh. I think the Mega Knob kit's really nice. It just feels a bit outdated and old. But it's a super nice kit to kit bash and make your own unique orcs. So maybe I don't want that to come in with a starter set. I'd rather them just release it in a proper range refresh. Trying to think of models that could come into a starter kit. I think some normal knobs could, because I don't think their kit needs to be range refreshed. So just come in as a push fit by itself without actually replacing the current box. For some animals in Catacomb, that may actually be of Tyrannid origin. Yeah, that was the theory. That's a theory. Some theorize that the entirety of Catacomb might originally have been a Tyrannid, like splinter fleet or scouting fleet that kind of just evolved into a death world. My expectations limited to your expectations know of this. Most OP looking helmets are the Spartan helmets. Spartan helmets. Spartan helmets are fun. Like Spartan as in Halo Spartan, or Spartan as in Greek Spartans.
Don't forget Ms. Cupcake. You still gotta get modeling done. We love to hear you yell, but we don't want to hold you back either.
I'm clipping this. Don't worry about me getting the modeling done. Greek because it's the original. Yeah, they're very pretty cool helmets. There we go. And then, what other bits are there? 14, yeah, that's part of this kit. That's 11, 12, 9. Okay, where's 13 though? Oh, found 13. There we go. So 14 is here. She yapped over actually finishing one and didn't even show us. I did show you the finished model. I was like, look at it. Look at the size of it compared to this guy. I expected it to be much bigger. I talked about it while holding it and showing it to you. And then I showed you the big dude. And look how big he is compared to it. And he's meant to be the guy in charge of a squad. And he feels so big. I didn't expect these guys to be so small. Yeah. Darn it. I almost dodged it. I better put my head back in the way. No. I'm modelling and making my way through the Salamander Combat Patrol. Just have the ATV and Adrax left. Ooh, Adrax is like the first one I built other than the Eradicators. Do you want to see my Adrax? Ooh. I converted him into a marshal. He's super cool. Just needs to play Halo 4 and Halo Wars and watch forward until dawn before she does for playing of 4. Pfft. We need to. we need to... Hey, big cat! Yeah. I think he looks suitably Black Templary at the moment. Let's hope for how many times she'll open the GW website before finishing the second model. None, because I've almost finished cutting it off the sprue. Are you going to paint it? Never. Well, maybe one day. I've just got a lot of models to paint. I think the Necrons will be my next big painting project. I'm going to experiment on a bunch of painting ideas I've had and methods I've been trying to learn. I need to paint my Titan and stuff as well. Okay, I think that's one leg, one... Oh no, there's another leg that needs to be cut. And it's this one. Here we go. There we go. All fixed to the sprue. Yeah. All factions are equal in the Grey Legion, equally unpainted. Necrons are best for fast painting. Yeah, I'm thinking of going for bluish colour scheme with like some rust on them. It's my idea at the moment anyway. Like go for the blue glow, I don't know, for blue jointy areas. Thinking paint from all silver. No. What was I thinking? Oh yeah, do a Mechanicum grey undercoat. Dry brush silver over the top of it. Then go with oh, what was it? Soul Grinder? Is that the colour? I'm thinking of a different thing. Blue, contrast, and then a lighter blue, Sang or something. I can't remember the different names of the contrasts. And then just like add some before it, Bathroom or blue or whatever. Thinking of painting them a similar way basically to how I painted my power weapons, but just making it a bit darker. In the crevices while lighter in the surface. And then dry brush some mechanically, some rusty sort of colours on top of it. Okay, so these two parts are meant to go like...
You're my honey bunch, sugar plum, pumpy umpy umpkin. You're my sweetie pie, you're my cupcake, gumdrop, snoo gums boo gums. You're the apollo.
Apollo. Apollos! Apollos, get them today for 60p. Your name reminds me of an old song, so I'll have Cuptle sing it. Oh gosh, that's like what parents sing to their children, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. Oh gosh. I just prime them in grave and dip them in known oil. Sounds like a good idea, to be honest. I do have an idea of how... I think I'm going to test it out to my knight on one of my mastodons. I just need to get around to doing it. And spray it. Spray. No, spray certain oh gosh, this snapped immediately as soon as I tried doing that. Ugh. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna have to do this. Supposed to be a kid singing it. Oh. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay, now I need to figure out how to get this working inside of here. Okay, just get rid of this piece then. I think that would be easiest. Then get that into the joint section. And get that there. That works. You still suck at battle damage? You're still a noob in colouring? Oh. Don't worry about it. You'll get the hand of it eventually. How I do battle damage is basically just get like one of the dry brushing brushes and just brush like that with some black. And then go over in a bit of brown. And then over that in a bit of like grey at the very centre or silver or something. Howdy, Nathan! Around the edges. Colouring pro tips. Pick colour, put on model, grab wash, put wash, grab colour, dry brush over wash, grab a lighter shade of colour, dry brush that sparingly over your dry brush spots. How I'm thinking of doing it for my Necrons is dry brush base colour, like prime it, dry brush silver just over everything. Then use 2 different contrast paints, one darker to go into the crevices, one lighter to go over the surface. And then dry brush, maybe, depending on how it looks, I might need to put a silver on top. The ones that suck the most is just like the Black Templar for painting. Like, there's just no quick way to do all of these little parts to it. The purity seals, the robes, the armor, the little trims on the armor, the symbols, the white, the different colors of the weapons, of the chains. Because any sort of like quick way of doing stuff instantly becomes a lot less quick as soon as armor gets involved, as soon as a small section of a different color gets in the way of it. Fastest way, do them. Don't easy. Would consider for aging. No, I mean, it's like, for battle damage is the kind of thing where it's, you want it to look like it got hit by a missile or like a cannon shot. So what you want to do is like, so you'd have a surface here. Imagine it's white. Then, so you want it to look like it got a cannon shot here. You take a dry brush style brush, but don't dry brush. Instead, just basically go like that relatively lightly with black around that center point. Then you just like get a bit of like a brownish color, like metallic, and put it around the edges of there, and a bit of silver as well to look a bit like scratches, and where it's like discolored around the edges of a blast. Then go around again in the center of a dark color, maybe a darkish brown, and then the black again. And it should look like it basically got smacked really hard with some sort of shell. It discoloured the edges around the blast crater. And then you got the blast crater in the middle. Didn't necessarily damage the armour, just damaged the paintwork and put a bunch of ash on it. That's how I'd generally do blast damage. Or at least how I used to. But that being said, a lot of my old ideas aren't necessarily that good. Look at him! Look at him go! Oh, does he have any scabs on his little thing? No, it's sad. Do you have any little scarabs? No, you just got a little skull. Trim can't hurt you. It doesn't exist. Yeah, for trims and for stuff, that's what ultimately is getting in the way of me wanting to paint quickly. Like, one of the reasons why it took so long to paint for Templar was just the fact that you've got multiple different colour schemes on a single model. Or like painting schemes in a way. Well, there we go. That's a bigger sword. That feels like it would hurt a lot more. Yeah, this model I made the mistake of undercoating in white. I'm not doing that again for the Black Templar, because it even helped me get the white looking super nice, which is the entire point of it. I'm going to be undercoating them in Mechanicus Standard Grey next time. Dry brushing over Fenris Grey. This should get all these highlights done nicely on them. And then going over that in Contrast Black Templar. And then probably dry brush again Fenris Grey on top of them. Then once that's done, I'd focus on the rest of the details. And just fix it up with some black and Fenris Grey afterwards. In 160 size, you need to learn how to melt the plastics and then paint it up. Oh. It's easy, but the mistakes are heartbreaking. Oof. I've seen people use heated screwdrivers to melt parts of models to make it look like shell or bolt damage. Ooh. You can also use glue to actually melt plastics if you want to do some sort of melted effect. So I've seen and partly used this idea myself of basically you drill or cut the part you want to be battle damaged, and then to give it a more of a melted effect around it and just make it easier on your brush for painting is you just coat it with a bit of glue. And then wipe away for excess. Okay, this head is slightly bent out of shape. There we go. Okay, this one's actually quite different. Oh no, because you got the parasite. I forgot about that. Not parasite. Plasmacite. Plascite. Because you have a little token. Yeah. What's everyone else's ideas for what should come in the next box set, though? Like the 11th edition starter. I'm really hoping 11th edition isn't as close as people say it is. Because I generally like to have editions last for quite a while. But a lot of people don't like 10th as it stands, so I feel like sometimes I might be in a minority with my enjoyment of 10th. Our 11th edition wouldn't bring us back to date to sheets, I imagine, though. I imagine we'll still be using the same codexes, which would be nice. I feel like each edition should last a year longer, and I like aspects of 10th a lot. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind a new starter set, because I think that's what they did with 7th or 8th. They basically released 2 starter sets. They released one, then halfway through the edition, they released another one. And I think that would be really cool, instead of just like changing 10th out, just instead giving us a new starter set. Maybe if they really want to change some of the rules out a little bit, they could do that. And like, with that starter set, they'll release a new version of the rulebook, but it will still be 10th. And the old rulebook would still be fine, and there'll be just an Eretta online with the changes listed. That could work. I really want to see Agents of the Imperium VK Space Marines, maybe a cultist theme set. Ooh, that could be good. Agents of the Imperium still doesn't feel like a proper army, so it could be nice to see them getting a bit more stuff. But at the same time, I don't feel like Agents of the Imperium need to be a proper 40k army for large games. I think they're perfectly viable. I've heard in Combat Patrol. I don't play Combat Patrol, so I only know what I've heard. Heard that they're perfectly viable in Combat Patrol, whereas in normal 40k, they're not as viable. And the starter sets are basically 2 Combat Patrol armies against one another, so... You never know. I've watched many videos, but I haven't tried to paint for little... Oh gosh! No, why did I put them together? No. No, don't go together. I forgot this part. You haven't tried to paint for Happy Little Trees. Bob Ross made it look easy. I have tried painting for Happy Little Trees, both digitally and IRL. Let's try and do what Bob Ross did, though, and more just do it my own way. There was an old art. I can't show it to you because it's actually got my name and stuff, and it was in a museum. Not a museum, an art gallery. But it was digital, though. So I just did lots of copy and pasting of Happy Little Trees, effective. I just made a brush in the end. Painting a few was fine, but then I got bored and I lost my patience. I was like, I'm just going to paint it. I'm just going to make a new art brush that I can just paint loads of trees for me. Then which is basically the same as copying and pasting, just with a little bit more finesse. When I was doing watercolours, I also learned to paint trees by hand. Some of us will never be Bob Ross, sorry. Bob Ross is difficult. Bob Ross made a lot of stuff look really easy the way he painted. And as a beginner, it's extremely intimidating sometimes to go into art and try to copy along with what Bob Ross was doing. He's very good, but he's also very fast, and that's the intimidating part of it. Especially when you're newer. But part of when you're newer to painting, it's like, if you got a big model like that, just practice what you want to do on something that you can afford to practice on. That's my advice. Like, for instance, watercolours always look better on canvas, but canvas is expensive. So, when you're practicing techniques, sometimes it's better to practice on just normal paper, or do you know, cheaper paper, that like ink paper. Okay, you go here. Is that true? Looks like it. No, never mind. You go here. Is that true? Looks like it. Stop moving that up. Stop! You're meant to be stuck. I just really like the idea of rogue traders going in to smash a cult that infiltrate to the space hulk. That sounds fun, actually. I was thinking it'd be like Inquisitors. I keep forgetting rogue traders are also part of the agents of the Imperium. No, that feels wrong. No, that works. That works. Whoa, that's a big hat. Thank you. Is there a reason for a black gloves other than VTuber hide? It's partly a VTuber hides hands things. Partly so I don't have to feel like I need to make sure my nails are all nice. My nails break all of the time as well. And it would be embarrassing to have them on stream. When they're all broken. Especially at the moment because I've been trying to magnetize bases, so I've been getting super glue on my nails, and I've also been having to use my nails to get between these tiny things, and it's damaging to them. Other reasons, it's actually a kind of a way to just help normalize. It's not necessarily the reason why I started doing other things, but I read other VTubers saying it's a way to normalize, you know, hiding your hands and your features and stuff. So people who do have parts of their hands or bodies that they want to keep hidden, it's not very obvious that somebody is like that. Like, do you know if they've got scars that are, do you know, identifying marks? Or if they have... or sometimes, like, people want to hide skin colour and stuff because, you know, there's a lot of harassment online for that. But either way, it just makes it sort of normal, so you don't... So it's just because someone's wearing gloves doesn't mean that others... that they... you know, have something to hide or something or whatever. It just makes it normal. That's nice. But we got 3 swordy boys! Yeah! We can make some more as well. Should we put some scarabs on them? We didn't really convert these guys up much, but I don't really feel like they need converting. Or, you know, kit bashing to make them look unique. They're fine, as they are. I want to give them cryptek heads, but I just don't have any heads. I don't have a 3D printer to make more heads. And not that I could be bothered using a 3D printer and curing resin. Because an FDM's not going to make good enough heads of these guys. Too tiny. I've been watching some Guntler pros. The better I get the more I realise I suck. Yeah, I've had that before with my Warhammer. It can sometimes be a bit demoralising. Well, the thing is it doesn't... You don't have to try making it look amazing. As long as you have fun trying to make it do what you want it to do, that's what matters. Just have fun and that sort of stuff. In the end, and it doesn't matter how good you get. It's like, if you have anxiety about your models being bad or whatever, or not good enough, never mind how good you get, you will always feel that way. That's the thing. It's like, this model here, I don't think it's too bad. There's a lot of it I think I messed up massively on it. I don't think it's very good. But for a lot of people, this is a very nice model. It's a very good model. It's relatively well painted and kit bashed up. But there's just so much of it when I look at it, and I keep breaking it and dropping it. That doesn't help. But I look at it and think, yeah, that's not good enough. I should have done better. I should have changed it. I should have done this or that or whatever. And it's very easy to bring yourself down. But I did have a lot of fun painting it, and I learnt a lot while doing this stuff, like with the power weapons here. It helped me get better at that sort of work. Doing the skull and these shoulder pads. They're probably some of the best white shoulder pads I've ever done. And that helped me learn and get better at it. And painting this helped me learn again, and that gemstone there. A lot of it just helps you learn. And it means the next time I try doing these things, I'll be a little bit better. And the time after that, I'll be a little bit better again. And it's nice. And I still think it's a very fun model. Also, flesh is a weakness, so you need to shield them from as sacred metal lenses. If you compare yourself to people's models and standards, you get anxiety. We'll get to the way of enjoying the hobby. Yeah. It's like one of the things is one of the reasons why I keep struggling painting sometimes is that as a VTuber, I feel like I need to meet a certain standard. And I keep seeing people on Reddit showing amazing models that it's just like way better than anything I've done. Or sometimes I feel like it's better than anything I've done. And then sometimes people tell me, no, what you've done is just as good, if not better. I'm like, really? What? So... Okay, what size base is the plasma sight meant to be on? 28mm. Okay, so that's just below 3. Is that the same base as the Necrons of the Necron Warriors? 32mm for the Necron Warriors. Okay, so there should only be one 28mm base in here. Is that it? No, that's slightly over 32. Over 30, sorry. Same size. Same size. Same size. Yeah. Well, some artists, I think a lot of good artists, a lot of the really confident ones, because confidence is a big part of basically anything. Like when I was writing, it was, the more confident I felt while writing, the more productive I was. And the more I was happy to just continue with my writing. And the same goes for art, the same goes for anything like that. Every time I let my anxieties go over, the less productive I become, the more obsessed I become with correcting what I feel is a mistake, the less I trust the process. And ultimately, the worse I actually do. So I do less work when my anxiety is taking over. I am less productive when my anxiety is taken over. Well, less productive, less work. But my work's generally not as good. It's because I lose a lot of trust in the process. I do a lot of trying to fix mistakes that aren't actually necessarily mistakes. There's an old adage of make it first, make it happen first and then make it look good later. But on top of that is make it happen. If it doesn't look good enough for you now, your next project will be better. You don't need to spend your entire time trying to make one project good. Just get that project done. Once it's done, if there's any little things you can work on, maybe work on them, but get it done, get on to the next project, and the next project will be better for it. So it's a lot easier said than done, you know. You know, being confident in your work. Believe me, I know. Okay, I'm just going through all of it. Is this it? The 28mm base. There we go. I think there's only one in the entire bag of bases. Is it less? Yes, it's slightly less than 30mm. 3 centimeters. I would say it's just an artist thing. We all strive to be better at everything. Yeah. There's definitely some artists out there who don't have the same level of anxiety that everyone else gets. I say everyone else, that a lot of people get. And generally they're the more productive and famous ones because they don't have those anxieties holding them back, and that's what it does. It holds you back. Like a lot of influencers, and in like these pro painter ones, they do go in very much of this mindset of just get things done, get things made. Once it's done, am I amazing? Of course I am. That's great. You have to be a little bit narcissistic, especially if you're wanting to be more public facing with anything. Being narcissistic actually helps you out. Well, narcissism's not necessarily the correct word, but a little bit of it is not a bad thing when you're trying to be a public-facing person. And confidence in yourself like that, well, just telling yourself that type of stuff also just helps your own confidence in yourself and just helps you out in general. You can't... I mean, there's 7 billion going now quickly towards 8 billion people in the world. Or is it 8 billion? I don't know. I don't pay attention. Of course, there's going to be a hell of a lot of people who are very good at stuff. The giant gunpla kit have been sitting on my desk half painted for weeks now. Oh no. Yeah, sometimes people don't necessarily help you with your own anxieties or whatever. Like when I was in manga stuff, it could get extremely demoralizing just at times. But that was probably the moment where it's like just getting things made was more important than trying to spend time making things look good. Because you're just on such a time scale of demand. There we go. Okay, these 2 pieces go together like that. Okay, yeah, that's very simple. Plasma sights and stuff are probably one of the best things Necrons have gotten in recent years. I absolutely love them. And thanks for bombarding me. Hello, Chaotic Erland. Hello, Tony. How are you both doing? Oh, did I respond to your comment? I forgot. I kept meaning to. I'm repainting the whole thing, but I messed up the legs. I'm trying to find a motivation to continue. My motivation to continue is get it done or I'll shank you. I'll shank you, I shall. I'll go all British on you. Go Skousk. Where's my little hobby knife? Where's it gone? There it is. Oh, get it done. Speaking of bases, I had to improvise with my Infernus. They gave me 9 pinhole bases and an extra 40mm base by mistake. Thankfully, I had an unpainted Fire Slayer. If you want some extra bases, you can actually tell... if you email Games Workshop, they'll probably send you some bases if you said that you're missing the base. They sent you the wrong size base. Because they do get it wrong from time to time. It's the other day I was building some dwarves on a members stream. Oh, and each of the bags of bases that we got, and it was 2 of the same boxes. One of them had 1 spare square base in it, and one of them had 2 spare square bases. And it's like, was I meant to get a certain number of bases in each of these? Because it's definitely, they got it a bit wrong here. The bases are definitely, I think, mixed up, because I don't think the bases are even made in the UK. Maybe they are. But they definitely just rush back from... Oh, there's tiny little scarab there. You have to be careful painting Necron base stuff, because there's tiny scarabs everywhere. You don't necessarily notice them. Oh, I love the plasma sites. They're probably one of the best things they've added to the Necrons. Oh. Yeah, these guys are a lot smaller than I expected. Like the same size as a Scarab Lady. Compare them to our Chaplain. At least it makes sense why the Chaplain could easily go toe to toe with one of these. That's about the same size. The Chaplain's a lot thicker. Well, we got a squad done. Oh wait, how big is a plasma site? Compared to an Orc Boy! Honestly, it's actually surprisingly big. I didn't expect for plasma sites to be this big. I didn't expect for destroyers to be so small and for plasma sites to be this big. I can see why they're dangerous to guardsmen when they go and do, normal humans. When they go into dungeons. Oh, has anyone seen Henry Stickmin? Oh. Do that if you buy from... Yeah, if you sell from... You need to show them a receipt. But if you... Because it's a manufacturing error, you just say that was a manufacturing error, and they'll often... They won't send you a whole new squad or whatever. They'll probably just send you a bag of bases or whatever. Or even just one base. It depends. I have no idea. I've never asked them about bases before. But they're generally very good. Like, I bought some looters from... Not directly from Games Workshop, but just from some random shop. But as soon as I just told them, emailed them, they just very quick, just immediately sent me a box of Orc Boys to fix it. I was like... Not gonna complain with that. Well, have you seen Henry Stickmin? There's an option in one of the games. I think it's the airship one, maybe. Where you're infiltrating the airship, and one of the options is to send a tiny helicopter, which grabs onto a guard on the outside and just drags him off, and they fall off the ship. And it just reminds me of that, just like, snip, drag, whee. Oh, you're good. You're good, you. There we go. Yeah, it's all stuck together nicely. Just felt a little bit loose, but I think it's just, these legs tapping against stuff. Yeah, I'll glue that guy in. Oh, that's because it's meant to be glued in there. Well, pinned in. I never noticed that. So lucky that I was playing with it. There we go. Yeah. Just a leg and scalp was meant to be pinned into the tactical rock. Oh yeah, that feels a lot more firm now. What do I have next? We want to build... Oh no, we want to put some scarabs on these guys. Yeah. Okay, let's get some scarabs on them. Okay, trying to get the scarabs off these things is a bit difficult. What I've got to do is clip there. And then, oh, it pulled off this gnome nicely. But clip there. Try to be careful not to clip off the legs. And then clip this central point off. There we go. And then where do we want to put him on for base? A little scarab hat! What do you think? Little scarab hat for him. Well, I just did it. Airbrush kit with mini compressor. Oh my gosh. I'm thinking about buying the Games Workshop airbrush, but I've heard it's kind of bad. But it's also an airbrush that doesn't require like a big set. Apparently it's an airbrush that's really good for like my hobby area where I don't have a big space to work in. And I can just put some paper up around the edges. So I'm thinking about just getting one of those ones. To help out. Especially just like sometimes I'm looking at models and stuff. I'm like, yeah, this would be way easier with an airbrush. Like especially getting like smooth colours. Because that's one of the reasons that sometimes I don't like my mini. Is that when you take pictures of them, you can very clearly see the fact it's painted by a brush. And that's not great. Although I've also keep hearing about makeup sponges are good at it, but makeup sponges. Although apparently you can use cheap makeup sponges, so maybe. There we go. No, I don't like it. Don't like it being on the leg. Oh, maybe the thigh. Yeah, the thigh could have a little guy on it. I've heard water airbrushes are great, but maybe expensive. Ooh. I might just go for a cheap airbrush just to see how it is first. Because the other thing is, I just don't want to put the energy into, you know, making an airbrush nice. Keeping an airbrush, sorry, good. Maintaining it. Because I hear you have to do a bit of work to clean them and stuff. And even if it's not really that much, I don't have that much energy. I'm a very ill person. There we go. Little scarab. And then we get the next scarab, and you have to clip them at the little booty like that. Then go under here. Flip it there, and it should come off. There we go. Little scarab. I keep hearing about how great an airbrush is, so I got a decent one. Ooh. I wouldn't put the money into getting a decent one, personally, until I already decided if an airbrush is for me or not. But it could be... I've heard once you get used to them, they're very good for like speed painting kind of stuff. Like getting an army painted up really quickly. #1 scarab fan. I love scarabs are great. That's why I bought 120 of them. Wasn't as cheap as I would like it to be, but wasn't expensive as you might expect. Little scarab on the shoulder, and then I want a little scarab on the base. Maybe 2. And then clip here at the little booty. Then just go under here like that, and a little bit of fast clip. Don't buy an airbrush. You can always keep some paint in your mouth and blow it on models. No. If you don't want to use an airbrush, I've heard that getting the same sort of effects is very possible using those spongy makeup brushes, do you know, for foundation. Liquid foundation, that is, not for powder foundation. That one you want to brush, that's more like a dry brush. And I've even used them because the liquid foundations I always use, you can put it on with your fingers and it's perfectly good. I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna spend money on a brush for this. Those are expensive for decent ones. And then I always finish it off using a powder one anyway, foundation. And that helps it look all neater. But mostly I just try wearing a liquid primer. That has a similar effect. A brush costs a lot less than a Warhammer. Yeah. So what you do with brushes, a sponge brush, is effective. I've heard different ways to use them. I've heard that they're great for doing, you just load it up with a little bit of paint and just use it like a normal brush to brush on, and it goes on a lot smoother than using a normal brush. The other thing I've heard is it's really good for blending and gradients. You load it up with 3 different paint colors, or like 2 different paint colors, so that when you're painting it on, you can get like this nice gradienty glow effect. But I've not seen it, I've just heard people talk about it. So I need to see it in use to really understand how they do it. Because for how you use a normal brush, what you do, like for foundation, is it's a bit different. You put your foundation on, like your different colours, where you have got like, if this is the face, so you got a cheek there, you'll have like a darker foundation there, light another colour here, then lighter foundation here and like here, and then you use a brush and you brush it all together. And that's how you get your gradient on your skin. Whereas what they talk about is loading it onto a brush first and then brushing it onto a model, which feels weird to me. The kit I bought is $20 cheaper than the Gundam kit I just got. I'm stepping up on my Gunpla, completely terrified. Yeah, that sounds expensive. Although, actually, no, I have to convert it into pounds, don't I? And the dollar's kind of wonky at the moment, so... I don't know. I guess when you compare the size of minis, Gunpla is cheaper than Warhammer. Because Gunpla minis are like, what, they're this big? Easily. Maybe bigger. I can't even fit it on the screen. Actually, no, you got knights like that size. And I feel like they're cheaper. But then you got the Titans, which are just like in for thousands to buy. Or at least multiple hundreds. Oh, there he is. He's loaded up with scarabs. Oh, yeah. Dollars to pound equals more dollars than pound. Yeah. But you know, the type of blades he's using and the way he's holding them reminds me a bit like, you know, an overzealous chef about to cut up a whole load of, you know, veggies and sausages for a stew or something. He looks like he's about to just like, need to put like a little chef apron on him, a little chef hat, having like a table in front of him loaded up with vegetables that he's about to like cut up. That's what I feel like he's got to do. Oh. Grumpa have different graded kits that can vary in complexity and price. Yeah, A1/60 Gunpla is around 1,000 parts and around 1 foot tall. And posable. A lot of the larger kits are actually very posable for Warhammer. Although they're not, they won't, a lot of them don't necessarily carry for pose. Like for knights, you can build, like I built my knight so he can move his body around freely. His legs aren't able to move around freely. Actually, no, they can kind of. And his arms can move around. Although I think I glued one in place because it was annoying me. There's a few different sizes. Some of the smaller ones I've seen for less than 20. Oh, but you still only get a single model in from, don't you? Or am I incorrect in that assumption? Because there's Warhammer models right now you can buy for less than a tenner. For less than like 8 quid. You want me to show them you? You want me to show them you? All it will take is a visit to our favourite website. For bigger, for more parts, yeah. Banana. Okay, we'll put a little scarab on this dude. Be careful, mister. There's a scarab on your sword. Oh, wait. We'll have a scarab on his little arm, so he's like, it completely changes how this looks once you put a scarab on his elbow, sorry. Oh, look at my little scarab elbow. My scarab is on my elbow. He's saying, have a nice day. He wants pats and belly rubs, but my hands are blades and I can't get them. Oh, look at it! Look at it! Oh, it's so cute. Do you think destroyers ever look at scarabs and go, I wish my hands weren't blades and weapons because I want to pet the snoot? I want to boot the snoot. I've not found a model that has more parts than a 160 Gundam. Jigsaws! That's a good model. Don't forget to like the stream and subscribe. Foul blades! Foul blades in plastic! Finally, they've arrived! Oh my god, look at that quad! Quad heavy bolters, big demolisher cannon, dual flayblade cannon. Oh, big incinerator flamethrower. Big old... Oh my gosh, is that treble last cannon? And double last cannons? Oh, assault squad kit. Oh, they come in. I was surprised to see Hobbycraft sell Gunpla. They have them on the website. Oh yeah, they do. They sell Warhammer too now. I've seen it. Oh, and the combat forces are finally here. It doesn't say how much they'd cost. Mechanicum combat force if for all your robot needs. I've seen that converts into a cool swarm lord. Proxy for gene stealer cults. Kind of cool thing here. I don't really like those sentinels though. Kind of remind me of the early AT-ATs. No, not AT-ATs. That's a big walkers. The... Oh, whatever they're called. But the early walkers that we see in the Clone Wars. Especially when from that weird planet. They got some walkers like that. But they're a lot faster looking than this. War of the Rohirrim. That's some pretty cool art. Oh, is that from the anime that they made? I need to watch that. I've heard mixed things about it, but you always hear that with Lord of the Rings. Either everyone hates... Some people always hate it, some people always love it. I'm not sure about the paint job on that beard, to be honest. It makes it look fake. It makes his hair and his beard look fake, like he's just stuck them on. Like he's Santa Claus. ATST, might be. Oh. That's a cool model. That's a really cool model. Doesn't look like a what Lord of the Rings though. It looks more like a modern day sort of person. Or do you know those animes where they go to a fantasy world, but it's kind of a fantasy world with some modern ideas, and they often have a character that looks like this and is an absolute jerk, and then another character who looks like this but is in blue isn't a jerk. Actually, no, he's in green. That means he's not the main love interest or the main character, because that would usually be blue, but green would mean he's like the best friend sort of character and kind of noble. And the red means he's an absolute jerk, but eventually he'll become a good friend. Lord of the Rings and Star Wars are two very opinionated fandoms. Same with Warhammer, to be honest. Oh, those are some nice dice, though. Oh my goodness, especially those ones. Oh. Oh, the Void's got... That's some cool book art. I like that. That's also cool book art. Oh, they're Corsairs. Oh, I want to read it now. And look, Knight. Oh my gosh, we made a Corsair Elder army, and then we made a Night Lord army. We're just going through all the stuff that we did. And we made a Tyranid army too. Oh, Darkness Eternal. That sounds like a good book. Stories. Oh, is this one of those books where it's lots and lots? Oh no, it says... Yeah, it's got a load of authors. Oh, this is going to be lots of short stories. I love these books. I've got one of those ones. Actually, I think I still have it. Oh, an Elemental Council's coming too. Oh, a complacent of 13. Yeah, 13 short stories. Oh, I love these ones. And it will be an ebook and MP3 audiobook. Ooh, that's nice. And same with these ones. I know a lot of universes, but Lord of the Rings is the one I know the most. I can offer facts that will blow your mind in Lord of the Rings. I know a lot about Lord of the Rings, because I used to be really into it, but I kind of forgotten a bit of it. I also know that the Hobbit book, as it's written now, isn't necessarily that canon, because apparently Tolkien didn't really like how it looked in the end after he wrote Lord of the Rings. I didn't feel it lined up very well, which is one of the excuses for changes they made in the films. Although I didn't mind most of the changes, I found it fun, because The Hobbit was always meant to be a children's book, and the films felt much more like they were children's films, and I felt that was very good of it. So I didn't mind those weird changes that they did, because I felt like, you know what, if I was a kid watching these films, I'd be having a great time right now. And to be honest, as a big kid watching these films... Actually, I wasn't even a big kid watching those films. I was just a kid still. Ah, when I first watched them. Ah, maybe a bit of an older kid, but still, I enjoyed it. Hi, Golden Freddy. For 2 versions to The Hobbit, yay. Although I don't think the other version he made was a finalized version though, did he? Like, it was just ideas he did, but never got around to fully changing. It's like he's got so many ideas of where the orcs come from, but he never actually settled on one, at least in any sort of official capacity. Like, you got... In the Lord of the Rings, you see 2 different ways that the orcs are born. But you have to remember, the orcs and the Uruk-hai, I think, in the books, aren't that different from one another. What was I originally coming on? Oh yeah, I wanted to look up for new. Not for new, for old world stuff. If we go to the old world, go to Empire of Man, and then we scroll down. £18, £18, 27, 21, 28, 18. Here we go, £9. £9 warrior priest, £9 witch hunter. That is where you get your cheaper models. I mean, if they are odd 9 only, so that's the cheapest you can find those ones. Actually, he's kind of cheaper than buying 3 of them at once. Because that costs £1 more than buying just him. Interesting. 21 for 3 cool models. Are these metal? I think they are. They only have like 2 pieces to them as well. Yeah, 3 metal components. Yeah, well, they're like the cheapest Warhammer miniatures you can buy. I hope it was released 14 years later to set up for Lord of the Rings. Re-released 14 years later. Oh, was it re-released? Ooh. I know there's been multiple releases of the different books, but I wasn't really aware of all of the different ones. Like, one of the, like, I know there's 2 versions of The Lord of the Rings you can easily find right now, and one of them is basically the simplified, modernized version. Which is generally recommended for children, and for others the original version, which is a lot harder to read because, you know, it's a very old book now, and the language has changed a lot. To be honest, the other thing that makes it a hard read is he goes off on a lot of tangents in those books. And as fun as those tangents are, it's actually interesting that if you write like that now, it'll be considered bad writing, but back then it was considered good writing. But nowadays, what you focus on writing for is keeping the attention of an audience effectively. Or at least that's like how they teach writing. And a lot of the more modern successful books end up being trying to avoid it. And it's interesting looking at it from the ideas of a modern writer.
Hello, milady.
Hello, Clockwork. He had to change how Bilbo got the ring. Oh, yeah. Because, was it in the original he didn't get it from Gollum or something? Tolkien was an interesting writer and liked introducing random characters that are important to him. For example, we get Ekenbrand and he mentions in like a sentence. Yeah, he liked doing a lot of world building and it was very nice. He showed a lot of passion for his own work and the world he was creating. But at the same time, it's like there's certain points where he's just like, it goes off on a bit of a tangent. But you know, this doesn't really go anywhere. Like, you got a bunch of nice stuff that's going on. It's pretty nice to read. But once you've already read it before, you realise, oh my gosh, this doesn't actually go anywhere. Like, these characters won't show up again. Some of them will, but a lot of them won't. Really, all this is doing is kind of world building, but by modern standards, it'll be considered a relatively inefficient way of world building. It's interesting. But sometimes it can, like, I enjoy his songs, writing and stuff to some extent. But trying to read it sometimes, it can be a bit of a slog because it's like, I don't want to read the songs every single, I don't want all of these songs. There's too many, it feels like. It feels like you go 5 pages and oh, here's another poem, here's another song. It's like, yep. Oh, here's him describing something. I enjoy the books. I definitely enjoyed them a lot when I first read them as a kid. but trying to read them again as an adult, sometimes it becomes a slog. Sometimes I'm in the mood for it. It's really fun. But sometimes then I'm just reading it. I'm like, you know what? I'm not actually in the mood for reading Lord of the Rings right now. I love reading about the world though. And like the Silmarillion or whatever it's called. That's fun. Oh, but I do enjoy. It's a book that it's kind of sad in a way looking at it because it's difficult. I wonder if he tried getting it published nowadays, if he could ever get it published properly. And I just wonder like how many good stories like Lord of the Rings just would go under or don't really go anywhere nowadays because it's considered, you know, bad writing practices. Hello, Clockwork. Speaking of slogs to read, the Silmarillion was rough for me, especially if the flourish. The Silmarillion's different to me because it's more like, I feel like in a way it's more like reading a Wikipedia page for it. It's like, it's something you read because you want all the extra lore and ideas of Lord of the Rings. And a lot of the stuff that was missed out. He had to change the part about how Bilbo won the ring. Originally, Gollum didn't really care much about the ring. Oh. But for Lord of the Rings, he had to change the emphasis on losing the ring. Ooh. Honestly, that's good. I think I must have the version that, you know, the second version thing, because we do have the Hobbit books. I never really enjoyed them as a kid. I enjoyed the Lord of the Rings. I'd have not reread the Hobbit books. Not in anywhere recent enough for me to remember them well. Oh. But yeah, I think one of the things that makes the Lord of the Rings versus the Silmarillion harder for me is that when I read the Lord of the Rings, I'm like, can we get to the story sometimes? Because he adds, a lot of what he adds in feels like interruptions to the story. And that's not what I want when I'm reading sometimes, especially when I'm reading for the story. The Silmarillion's different because when I'm reading that, I'm just reading it for all the flowery stuff that's in it. It's like, yeah, it's got weird stuff, it's fun. But that's why I'm reading it right now. He also likes to do redundancies at times. And again, we're like, because I'm like an author and I've read a lot about how to do modern writing. Hi, Briar! Ow, how you doing? I've never seen or read Lord of the Rings, only heard about it. It's very good. Watch the films and then maybe read the book. That's how I'd suggest it, the direction. Books are arguably a lot better, but for Lord of the Rings is a much better introduction for films. No one likes filler. But the thing is, the filler's kind of good. In that change, we got My Precious. My Precious, yeah! Oh, that's a good change. Gollum wouldn't be Gollum without My Precious. But yeah, because a lot of the time when he's describing stuff, he uses not only flowery language, which is nice, but he's very redundant in his descriptions of stuff, where he says something and then adds another word or another word after, and it's basically all of that is just meaning the same thing. You could have rounded up what was 3 sentences into 1 sentence. And often when I'm writing, that's often what I want to try doing. I'm trying to just minimize how much you actually have to read. But again, I'm writing for a modern audience that has the internet and has TV on demand and stuff like that. Back then, though, when he wrote for books, all you had was the book. So you wanted that floweriness, you wanted this tale that would go on and go in tales and go roundabout ways of stuff. And it's interesting. Watching movies, then see how the books are so much better. Just set the expectations that a fair few things are different between the books and movies, yeah. It's doing a full rewrite to the hobby in the style of Lord of the Rings, but I heard stopped after another author, possibly C.S. Lewis, didn't like the initial drafts. Oh, I'm not a big fan of C.S. Lewis, though. I never really liked the Narnia stuff. But no, actually, say that. My mother says I really loved the Narnia series when I was a little kid. But it's well before I ever remember. If I get to my memories of Narnia, it's just I didn't like it. I even now are still like, yeah, I'd rather read Lord of the Rings over. But it's C.S. Lewis who wrote Narnia, isn't it? I'm not confusing him because I do that sometimes. And it's embarrassing when I get corrected. Kind of embarrassing. There we go. Look, he's got loads of little scarabs on him. He's a lovely little fella. Oh. But I think he was... I think he respected C.S. Lewis a lot, though. That Game of Thrones? Not in a way, but also in a way not. Game of Thrones has a lot of really cool world building. And I really like that. It also has some really, really nicely done characters. I don't like how everyone is super dark in Game of Thrones, though. Like, I feel it needs a bit of Lord of the Rings happiness to it and whimsy. Like... It feels like everyone has to have this dark tone to them, and it's very pessimistic way of writing in a way. But it's something that I could never get into the books, because I didn't enjoy his style of writing too well. I think I've seen some really good scenes, like I've read some scenes people love, like my fellow writing friends have been like, hey, look at this scene, it's really good. I'm like, yeah, that's a really good scene. But then just like turn a few pages on, and it's like, read this one. It's like, yeah, that's not as good as it. It's like, no, I don't really enjoy it. I mean, I like his writing better than Brandon Sanderson's. But the main thing I dislike is just how dreary and dark and sexual it is. And I just can't get through it. It's like, I really enjoyed a lot of the Game of Thrones, the TV show for season 1, but there's a lot I disliked too, and I just couldn't get through it. I do enjoy reading about the lore and the world and how he writes characters though, because I think he's got a very good basis of writing characters. Just, I do think sometimes he needs a bit more positive spin on some of them. The Song of Ice and Fire is so good. Yeah, I tried reading that one, but I couldn't get through it. C.S. Lewis was Narnia. He and Tolkien were close friends. Yeah. I didn't watch a show called... I've not watched Peaky... I've seen clips on Peaky Blinders, but no. It's definitely not my type of show. And I think some people who watch it get completely the wrong message from it. From at least some of the shots I've seen of it and how some people are responding to them. And it's like, I don't think you get that the main character is kind of a bad guy here. It's, like watching Breaking Bad and thinking the main character, Walter White, is the good guy. It's like, no, he's definitely the bad guy in Fish. You're watching a villain's perspective. And just because sometimes they do good stuff does not make them good people. And that's half of the point of those shows are. Think of things like Game of Thrones, Final Fantasy Tactics is remaster is this month, and you're excited? Oh, I've never heard of that game. He is dark. It is dark. There's a series called Malasan, Book of the Fallen, and has really good world building. I don't think I've heard of that. My friend told me to read. I can't remember what book it is. I need to go and check it. But it was ages ago. But it's a book that's like just all world building. And he said it's a sci-fi. It was kind of interesting to him, but he doesn't really like world building as much. But he said I might like it because I really love my world building. Actually, that's one of the things about like my writing group is that unfortunately the writing group didn't really share the same opinions on a lot of writing ideas as I do. Like they all really loved Brandon Sanderson, and I'm like, Brandon Sanderson, he has cool ideas, but I'm yet to find a book of his that I really enjoy reading. Elantris was probably the closest one, but I've not finished. I keep meaning to pick it back up. He just really struggles to keep me to it. I don't like his style of writing, though. It's not flowery enough, I feel. And especially the way he writes conversations sometimes, I'm just like, Joe said, Jim said, Joe said, Jim said, Joe said, Jim said, Joe said, Jim said, Joe said. It's like, oh, it's like, I just get really... Reading conversations like that just takes it out of me. It's like, you could just stop saying said, please, in every single sentence. Which, I mean, is perfectly fine. Like, a lot of my author friends are like, no, that's a perfectly good way of writing it. It keeps it clear who's meant to be speaking, and it doesn't add too much flowery nature to it. But I'm like, you need more flowery nature. You need it. You need some floweriness to it. And for some basic action, although probably writing for one of the things that people are like actually kind of good at that is conversation. So, like, you generally have a rule of each time a new person is talking, you want to like have a gap. So it's like you start a new paragraph effectively. And if you don't want the other person to reply in speech, all you have to do is like one person speaks, paragraph, the next person does an action, paragraph, the first person speaks again, and you don't need to keep saying who's speaking. It should be clear from reading it that the person who's speaking is the person. There's a few rules of it that makes it natural who is talking and so on, and that's like my favourite part of probably writing. Xenomorph best tyranids. Oh, I'm a fan of H.R. Geiger. Dark is my jam. I don't think I've read H.R. Geiger. I've heard a lot about that. I enjoyed Dan Abnett's books from doing Warhammer. Not the best. There's a couple of other Warhammer authors I kind of enjoy. Some of them I definitely enjoy the story more than the way that they do the writing. Some of them I really enjoy the writing. There we go. But yeah, a lot of it's very opinion based when it comes to writing. Like, I don't think there's necessarily a good or bad way to write. It's just writing. And we all have our different ideas of what we like or what we think is good. And I think this is proven just by how many famous authors there is who have very different styles of writing and very different ideas. I've enjoyed a bit of Stephen King, actually. I definitely like his short stories that he's written. I'm not sure I've ever read a full longer story he's done though, but he's very good at like atmosphere setting and stuff. Like, I've definitely enjoyed the short stories. I've read very little Warhammer, namely the Dwarf Omnibus, like Gaffthorpe's fun as well. I like Gaffthorpe, Dan Adnet, and there's one more I really like. I liked the guy who wrote The Last Chances. I thought that was fun. I've not read the latest one. But that being said, I actually did try reading some of his writings more recently, and I didn't really enjoy it as much. Oh, wait a minute. There's one I like. I keep it by my bedside because originally I was reading it, but it kept introducing Warhammer things I wasn't used to because I started reading it before I got back into Warhammer.
Cupcake streams, come for the yaps, stay for the chats.
Honor Bound! This one, I really enjoyed this one. I never got through it though because it kept introducing stuff I wasn't used to. So then I ended up, I only came across it by chance on Amazon one day. Yeah, I really liked it. I really liked the opening to it, and it was when I was writing, and then I just kept using the references from the beginning chapters because the way that it introduced the story, I really loved. So then I just kept using it as a reference, learning more about the Warhammer stuff that it was introducing. And then I was like, I never actually got around to finishing the book though. So I need to I keep it by my bedside so I can finish it. And I found this. This is a Tales from the Dark Millennium. This is a book I really, really enjoyed as a kid. I don't remember much about it other than bits of short stories in it. And there's it's edited by these two people. But it's got quite a few different authors to it, I believe. Yeah, it gives you the author of each person in it, so it's really bright there. I read it a couple of times, and this is from like a spare piece of terrain scenery I had been doing. I've not read it in years though, but it was a really fun read. I really loved that as a kid. But yeah, one of the reasons why I liked this book is because it was a female main character and it was a commissar. Almost every single book I've read for Warhammer has a commissar main character. Last Chances has Commissar Gaunt. No, wait. No. Ibram Gaunt is Gaunt's ghost. Then you got Commissar... Or was he a colonel? Maybe it was only... No, he was a commissar of a penal legion. Or was it Colonel Shafir? Was that Colonel Shafir? Eva, I loved that book. Oh. Yeah, I need to get back to reading and writing. There's a story I'm writing at the moment, but I keep changing my mind of what I want to do with it. Oh. I've got a book, first full story novel that continues the Eldor story. Ooh. I need to find it out. I believe they sold a Sephirin Rain model at one point, but I've not been able to find it, if they did. But I heard they did sell it. Oh, printed in the UK. But yeah, every time I keep reading it as well, it inspires me just to start writing, and then I end up putting it down to write. I'm like... I've had it's been a few months. I'm like, you know what? I'll start from the beginning again, since like I got the beginning pretty much memorized of this guardsman, trait to guardsman, and how they describe the pounding of a machine. Not memorized, but the describing of the pounding of the machines, and then eventually how he gets shot, and then her introduction to her friends. Well, I say her friends, you know, the people with her. And then you got the fighting with, I think it's a Catafan robots or something, because they got some like robots that the traitors were using. I was like, oh my goodness. They did just coincide with that novel being released, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I got the model after all of that, not the model for book, I think, after all of that. Because, as I said, it was just, I randomly saw it. I was like, you know what? It's been a while since I saw a read a Warhammer book. Cupcake streams. Come for the yap, stay for the chats. Oh, sorry, I missed that one because I was looking for a book, wasn't I? Love a bit of King. Do you play Helldivers? I don't play Helldivers. I'm not sure if I will play a Helldivers because I've heard it's not really that great as a single player game. Writing is not your language. Yeah, I've got massive dyslexia, so sometimes it makes reading and writing quite difficult. But actually, I've got I should show you my layout for writing. I had to remove Microsoft Word and Office on my computer because of their new AI things where they basically say anything written in Microsoft Word they own. It's like, yeah, I'm not keeping that. But what I have set up is not an orange. You know the old Twitter layout where it was a kind of dark blue shade, dark greyish blue, and then you had kind of grey writing, or like the old nocturnal thing. That's what I actually do for when writing, because it used to eat. When I was actually first writing and stuff, I got major migraines and struggled reading and writing on black and white. But when I changed it over, it became suddenly much easier for me to read and write. Still struggle, like I still get a lot of typos in and missing out words, missing out entire sentences sometimes by accident. And even on multiple rereads, I don't realise that I've missed out a sentence. So I definitely need people to check my work for me. It's best described as intense single-player experience. Yeah, Helldivers, it's not that single-player friendly. I would start for Warriors, but I actually don't want the stream to overrun too much at the moment because I've got to get the schedule made. And thumbnails made. Well, what do you think next week? I'm thinking of playing Wimworld on Monday morning and maybe going a bit long. Tuesday afternoon we'll have another stream of Mechanicus. Wednesday will be Handcams. I think Handcam in the morning, member stream in the afternoon maybe, or vice versa. If you're interested in Helldivers, I could help you. I'm a solo player because I have no one to play with. Or maybe. It does kind of interest me, but the issues with Sony and stuff going on, I'm a bit like, I have more. I've got other games that we're playing, and I want to get the Halo done. Oh yeah, what do you think on Friday? Do you think more RimWorld, or do you think more Warhammer Talk to War? And if you do think Warhammer Talk to War, should we continue our Cetra campaign, or should we start a new one, maybe a lizard one?
Lonely, I am so lonely, I have nobody to call my own.
Did you just say lonely instead of Roni, I'm Mr. Lonely, I have nobody to call my own. Found it for novel Eldar Prophecy by C.S. Cuptle, continues a story of Tales of a Dark Millennium. Oh, that's cool. The Eldar story. Which one is it? I'll have to read that. I have to read this again. Mike Lee, Darren John Ashmore, Dan Abnett. Oh, Dan Abnett wrote the story in here. It was the invitation. I am an annoying person. Graham McNeil. CSGO, there we go. CS Scotto. Vindicare. Oh, Vindicare. That's a very bright page. A rock cut into her thigh. Oh, I kind of remember that story now. I've just read that line. Does anyone else get that? Oops, I just whacked this. Tears of Blood. Okay, is it Tears of Blood? Yes, Tears of Blood. Just a little more than a child and the end had come. It had wrapped her up like the arms of a long-dead mother, embracing her as though it were a haven or a new beginning. But she could see the true nature of things. She was the Everline. She could see the deceptions of the illusions pouring out of the future, smothering her sight and striving to leave her swaddling in the present. She was so much more than a child when the end had come, and she had seen it for what it was, the end of days. Tears of Blood, The Chronicles of Eleshabel, Volume 2, by Diok Epner, Craft Road, Kalar. Oh! I just want more Knights and Titans, man. I heard Kingmaker is a decent Knights novel when it's not being an official scenarium novel. I think the trouble with writing Knights... Oh, have you seen... If you want more Titan stuff, if you've not seen the Warhammer Plus thing, Kill Lupercal, that's really good. I really enjoyed Kill Lupercal there. Oh my goodness. And that's really good. It's all Titans, basically. All Princeps. Who needs friends when you work for democracy and Super Earth? It's true. I can't be a hero in anything else, but in Helldivers, I'm kind of OP. Yay! I kind of know that feel. When I played Warcraft, there were dungeons in that game, but it was like, you should be playing this with multiple people, and I'm like, can I play it by myself? And it's like, you can try. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna solo this boss then. I know I'm multiple levels under the recommended level as well, but who cares? I have a perfect build. It can't hit me. I've ever changed one of the bosses so that one of the ways to cheese it disappeared. And that's all I really remember about my time in Warcraft. We should get a stream where Cupcon reads books. I have thought about that, but apparently I can't do that on stream. It would be... It's illegal. I can read like snippets from a book, but
the entire dungeon getting
be...
skill issued by one cupcake. Many such cases.
Yeah. Oh, so that's when I played Guild Wars 2. I actually did play Guild Wars with a friend for Guild Wars 2. Because she loved Guild Wars, but she needed people to like support her in it. To help her out with certain things. And then when I went into it, I just instantly just went, you know what, this paladin build looks cool. So and then I'm just like, oh yeah, my friend was at one point, she wanted to go to a dungeon. And she's like, can you help me with this dungeon? We need like 2 more people. So I'm like, no, we should be able to handle this. It's like, what do you mean? I'm like, yeah, I can probably out DPS most people. I can probably out heal most things, and I can tank. I'm a tank. I can attack from range. I can heal really well, and I can do massive DPS. I can do it all at the same time. Also, by the way, I'm really good at clearing ads with my superpower. It's like, what? It's like, yeah, I am ridiculously OP. My build is crazy. I accidentally became OP again. Oh, look at... Oh, no, you need to put little scarabs on the plasma sight. Oh, no, we can't have him without his scarabs. Only MMO that I've played was Terror. Saw what my friends are playing, just immediately picked Lancer to face the tank. Oh, don't know if I've heard of Lancer. I tried playing the various MMOs. Lord of the Rings, I couldn't play because my computer at the time couldn't handle it. I think I might have tried Warhammer Online and had a similar issue. But I could play... I loved RuneScape. But for grinding RuneScape is incredibly real. And it's like, yeah, I'm not a kid with like all the time of the world anymore to do this. I loved RuneScape. Adventure Quest, not an MMO. Okay, you think you gotta go lay down. Bye-bye, oh! It's the end of the world as we know it. Terror. Oh, I think I might have heard of Terror. I'm not sure. Oh, my friends. Yeah, my friend continued. I got to the end of Guild Wars and I was like, it's okay. It's not the most fun game. But then I did the final quest at the time and it had, oh, what's the song? I think they've like added more quests and stuff, so it's no longer the final quest. I don't even know if it's still in the game. But after just having this song and the ending, I was like, it was all worth it. My friend was surprised how quickly I finished the game as well. And it's like, yeah, this is what you get when you have someone who just wants to play a game that says it needs multiple people and just chooses to solo it anyway. Well, then she continued playing, and I think I only hopped on once since. And that was just to help her out with something, but by that point I'd forgotten how half the game worked. I wasn't as overpowered anymore, but I was still strong enough to help her with a difficult quest. A
friend introduced me to Guild Wars 2. I got really into it. I should go play it again.
Yeah, I don't think... I didn't like it enough to want to go back to it, but I still listened to one of the songs. I'm going to have to Google it now. I wouldn't play it on stream because I can't. Guild Wars 2... No, wait, YouTube. Search on YouTube. Guild Wars 2 song. Guild Wars 2 song. I don't think it was a final quest line, but it was like the final quest of a main story. And then there was more stuff after it that I just didn't bother doing. Okay, I'm gonna have to look up. Fear not this night. Oh, that's it. Fear not this night. Do 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 do. I loved that song. Oh. I just remember listening to it and being like, okay, you know, You know, this was all worth it for this song. And for ending, I don't remember what the ending was, other than I was like on some kind of airship and Fear Not This Night was playing. I was like, you know, this is beautiful. This makes everything I put into this game worth it. Even though really I was just playing the game because a friend wanted help. I need a new anime to hold me over. I need a new animated series. I'm thinking maybe of watching an anime again. Oh, I'm watching currently, just re-watching Phineas and Ferb. But I just want something, you know, happy and easy. Oh, just to distract from the world and life. Oh gosh. Yeah, please Scarab destroy us. I know we got scarabs on the basis. I still don't think, by the looks of them, that they should do well against a Crusade squad. I think with their Lord, they could easily do well against a Crusade squad. Until the chaplain goes, right lads, reroll wounds. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. What style of anime do you... I like slice of life anime. Last one I watched was Violet Evergarden because a guy was like, hey, watch it. I'm like, okay. It was okay, but the one before that was... Oh, Bocce no Rock. Bocce no Rock. I really enjoy... Well, just slice of life in general. My favourite one is probably Demon Girl Next Door, Magicado Masoka. Hana Yamata is probably my second favourite anime, and Defag is probably my third favourite anime. Defag is a bit, you know, different there, but Defag is great. Oh, I love Defag. Got one of my favourite characters in it. Kabuto! Oh no, Kabuki! Kabuki! Have you seen your boy Colin Gaming? No, I've not seen that. Oh, what's a really good slice of life called? I forgot. It's... I always forget its name. Monthly Girls of Nasaki-kun is amazing. It was actually originally designed to be a shoujo manga for Koma manga, but they decided to print it as a shonen one instead, and it took off. A lot of its fan base still ended up being women, as you can imagine. Female author writing a comedy where the main character's a woman or where a girl. Have you watched Death March? No. I really like Overlord, but I don't want another dark anime. I do like that type of anime at the moment because I just want stuff that's happy and, you know, of no consequence. Flying Witch is really nice too. I tried cooking a few of the meals they cook up in Flying Witch, or at least with what ingredients I could do it with because of my stomach condition. And it's really nice. Defag manga. I've not read the manga. I should try to read it. It's hilarious. My favourite slice of life parrot is probably Hayoka. Oh, I think I know that one. If you want an anime that's absolutely beautiful, Hana Yamata has such amazing colour usage in it. It's amazing. Oh yeah, no Hayoka. That's actually got the same people who worked on that as did Hana Yamata, I believe.
A question to the chat and the Conjurer Overlord. Ever watched an anime that you got to the end and though, well, that was a waste of time?
Yes. Oh my gosh, no. Slice of life anime where there's a male character who becomes a father has like a 90% chance of the father dating one of the kids or marrying one of the kids at the end. I'm like, no, no. There's a really, really nice one that I just absolutely hate because I watched it to the end and I didn't trust people don't watch the final episode. I'm like, no. like slicing a harem love thing. Your boy coming, it's about a famous Chinese military strategist of a three kingdoms ending up in modern Japan after he dies. He ends up becoming the manager to a girl whose singing mesmerized him. Oh. Oh. Anime. Ricardo. Song. Non-Bayori, that's it. Non-Bayori is amazing. That's a really fun anime. Is it the quintessentials? I've not watched that, but I have heard of that one. That's not something I'd really want to do. The thing I didn't like, I can't remember, it was about a university student whose older brother died. And his older brother and sister-in-law both died in like a crash or something, and he ended up becoming like the next of kin and person who had to take care of the kids. And it was 3 daughters. I thought it was a really nice anime that had a really good love interest set up too, and it was like, nope, the ending was terrible. Don't watch it. Don't watch the last episode. It's great until the last episode. It's really sweet. I just don't remember it being great. It was years ago I watched it, maybe. The signs were always there from the beginning. As in quintessentials. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of, harem or love anime, to be honest, because it's just not my thing. I generally don't don't enjoy romance anime too much, unless, to be quite frank, it's like a Yuri or Yaoi or something. But even then, a lot of them have problematic relationships. Anime is very good for having problematic relationships between characters. I'm like, yeah, I do not. Also, I'm just not really interested in romancy stuff too much. The Yuri and Yaoi stuff is a lot of the time because the characters are just so much more, innocent with it all. Although there's some really nice animes that are just like way more innocent as well. But they're mostly like shoujo ones. But there's some really, really problematic shoujo animes where it's like, oh no, this relationship should not be happening right now. Oh, Fruit Baskets. I remember watching, I've not watched the new version of Fruit Basket still. I watched the old one. I had an anime that was going great, and then it ended halfway through the climax. Like, it just kind of stopped. All the plot lines just talked, and then it's meant to be all happy. I was just sat there like her. I've had a couple of animes like that, but it's because that they were meant to have another season, but they didn't get renewed for another season, so they just wrapped it up in the finale rather quickly and suddenly. I don't think there's necessarily been animes where I've watched it all the way through and been like, that's a waste of time. Except when it's just been a bad finale. Because usually, if it's an anime where I just wasn't enjoying it at the beginning, after the first 3 episodes, I probably won't be continuing to watch it. Only exception I made for that was probably Steins Gate, because it gets very good. But it has a very slow start. And Okabe is kind of a bit difficult to work with in the very beginning of it. I mean, once you've watched it once and rewatch the first 3 episodes are suddenly really good again. Or a lot more easy to go along with because Okabe doesn't feel as annoying of a character. But I don't know. What other animes have there been? Okay, the Boo Saga in Dragon Ball is probably thing where I actually did that. Because the Boo Saga sucks so much. That's actually something where I probably, but the saga before it, like the Great Saiyaman saga, or part before it, I absolutely adored. Probably my favourite part of Dragon Ball. And the Namek Saga was pretty fun. Cell Saga, I didn't enjoy as much, to be honest. Saiyan Saga, also really fun. But I watched Kai for all of those ones. And Kai is I personally really prefer Kai over normal. Old Fruits Basket anime was really, but the ending was a bit messed up due to Toru's reaction to cat form. And Yuki getting involved. They corrected it in the newer one to match the manga. That's good. I know that Fruits Baskets I kind of enjoyed, but at the same time, I definitely had a lot of problems with it. And I would have probably not finished it if it wasn't for my friend really loving it. Tokyo Mew Mew is an anime I recognise is not for everyone, and it's probably not that good. But I absolutely adored the original Tokyo Mew Mew. And the rewatch changed a lot of things, but honestly, I still, not the rewatch, the remake they did changed a lot of things, but I still enjoyed it. It's a lot closer to the original manga, but in some ways that's not quite as... Some ways that does make it a bit worse. Because some of the changes is arguably better that they made in the original. You know too much about Dragon Ball Z. Don't make a mistake, you will see it. Yeah. I really struggled ever getting into Dragon Ball. I mostly just watched Dragon Ball Abridged. I did watch the original Dragon Ball, mind you. And I did enjoy it to some extent. I did find Roshi, you know, not the greatest. And there were some parts where it wasn't that great, but I really enjoyed the fight scenes in the original Dragon Ball. They have this kind of nostalgic, you know, old-fashioned type of choreography to them that I like, you know, that's really fun. Super sometimes pays a bit of homage to that. And the Cell games also paid a homage to it, but I think Super kind of did it better. Actually, no, the Cell games... The thing for the Boo Saga, just before the Boo Saga starts, I actually really enjoyed. Like, before we see Boo, and before the Supreme Kai basically derails what was a really nice tournament. God, you Supreme Kai, and... Oh, I really enjoyed the tournament of that one. In the Boo Saga. That was nice. I have entire manga of the Cartoon Network version. Ooh, I've not read the manga. I've read bits and pieces, and I've used the manga for references for when I was doing my own mangaka stuff. And just for some fun drawing, because he has a fun art style, does Toriyama. Especially how he draws like machinery and mechs and stuff. Like, have you seen Avale? Like, he gets to go a lot more and, you know, his sorts of sci-fi stuff with that one. And the original Dragon Ball, he gets to do a lot more of his sci-fi drawing. By the time it gets to Dragon Ball Z, they stopped it. Rest in peace, yeah. I always struggled with the original run of Dragon Ball to get into it, even when I tried watching the subbed version. But the Kai version I watched more recently, and I was like, okay, this is actually really good. I didn't watch a Boo version because I read that they really messed up the Boo version, Boo Kai. I'd also just couldn't find it on places like Crunchyroll and stuff. So I watched the original version instead, just skipping the filler episodes. And it's... I don't know. The Boo saga, by the time you actually get to meet Boo and stuff, I think they just do lots of stuff I don't really like in it. A lot of the scenes just go on way too long. It's... And I think you can tell at that point that Toriyama himself wasn't really... He didn't care as much as he did with the other ones. Although he did have a lot more freedom, and I think that's one of the reasons why I really love the Great Saiyaman arc. But I loved that arc so much. And the early tournament. You have the definitive edition, but... Oh, look at these guys. One shonen manga anime I really enjoy was the Nura Rise of the Yokai Clan, which covers a lot of Japanese yokai living myths in the modern day. Oh, I watched something like that, but it wasn't the same stuff. I can't remember what it was. Every time I keep trying to think of a name, it's instead I keep thinking of a Mummy one, which kind of did have some yokai vibe to it, but I watched like a slice of life thing that went through a lot of the yokai stuff, and that was pretty fun. I say but because it isn't the original version. Oh, there's like 2 original versions of Dragon Ball Z. And like when it comes to the dubbed versions, I mean, because you had the Ocean one, didn't you? And then you had 4Kids, and I think 4Kids released one version partly and then basically redid it again. I think it's something like... It's been a long time since I actually bothered researching about all the different versions. Oh, but then you had another version. It was called Blue... Was it called Blue something or other? Or Orange? I don't know. The American version is censored. Yeah. The anime I probably grew up with was Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! I even rewatched Yu-Gi-Oh! And was like, you know what? Yu-Gi-Oh! Still rocks as an anime. The dub still rocks. I don't care what anyone says. This is my childhood. I love it. And Kaiba. Oh. Although, have you seen the Yu-Gi-Oh! Zero? Or whatever it's called? Oh, is it Zero? But it's basically the original pitch of Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's before it ever became a card game. And it was instead, he was a king of games because he literally just played like all sorts of gambling games. Like, to the death. It was a very different, much darker series. I am glad we got a different series that's incredibly commercialized, but I love it. 4Kids dub is best dub, solely for the memory. I think 4Kids had some brilliant voice actors. Like, oh, what is his name? Dan Green. Dan Green was great. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of Goku's voice actor for the dub. I can take it or leave it. I think the one who did like Vegeta, and I think he also did Piccolo, I think that's really good. I think especially like in the the newer versions, you can tell he's grown so much as a voice actor. Although I actually do quite like the dub versions too. Like a lot of people go to dub Goku and they're like, oh, dub Goku sounds wrong. I'm like, actually no, I can see it. I feel like it surprisingly fits Goku and his personality. And I feel like the sub version of it, they keep his personality a little bit more consistent than what the dub does. Because one of the reasons like people have this different idea of Goku is that the original dub tried making him more like Superman style character, but that's what he never was like a Superman character. And then if you watch the sub version, and actually the Kai version again doesn't try making him as much of a Superman, it stays closer to the original. Where Goku isn't necessarily, he's not a superhero, he's just a fighter. He's a warrior. And while he mostly fights on the side of good, he mostly is just there to fight, not to save the day half the time. And half of his big fights against evil is solely out of revenge, pretty much. Or massively fueled by revenge. And that's very different from a typical Superman story, which we were trying to make him be in the dub. Oh, Piccolo. He also voiced the first episode of One Punch. Ooh. Oh, yeah, the Piccolo guy in One Punch Man. Oh, that's nice to do. Hi, K-Trax.
You should watch Paul's Bada Things idea for a Necron army.
What's his idea for a Necron army? What I'd really want to do is swap these guys' heads for this style of head. You know, for little canoptic heads. But I couldn't find any canoptic heads that weren't expensive. I mean, £2 each per head, maybe I could have changed these guys. That's like £6 without postage. It's like, eh. I also think the heads are too big for these bodies, so... But yeah. Oh gosh, it's 7:30. Okay, I need to make a thumbnails for tomorrow and for week. I need to make a schedule for the week. Guys, do you want to play Warhammer Total War or Rimworld tomorrow? Oh, it's a high K track. Goku sacrificed the universe for a good fight. He is only a hero because he wins. Kind of, yeah. I'm not entirely sure that's true. I don't think he's that selfish. But because even with the Tournament of Power and stuff, he didn't try sacrificing the universe for a good fight. Instead, he saved the universe by giving it a chance to survive. That's what the Tournament of Power was about. He wasn't sacrificing the universe. It was like, Xeno plans to destroy the universe, but I gave us a chance to survive. Although he never comes out and says that. But yeah, he's a person who mostly just cares about fighting, and he also cares about his family. But he has a kind of childish naivety when it comes to like caring for his family, even in adulthood. It was Android 17 who chose to save everything. Yeah, he chose to save the entire... I'm not sure Goku would make that wish. But that being said, I don't think Goku wouldn't make that wish. Like, even if Goku just made the wish for selfish reasons, because he's the kind of person who would want for other universes to come back simply so he could fight them again. Like, if they just did that, had Goku do the wish to bring them back just so he could fight them, I could see it. But yeah, Android 17 is definitely the one who's responsible enough to think of something like that. Also, Goku doesn't want to kill people or hurt people.
A Goku who's not fighting is a sad Goku.
Yeah, it's true, it's true. It's not always sad, actually, because he does enjoy spending time with his family. He just gets bored. Hi, it's Maybelline. Hello, this is your second time joining one of your streams. Had a rough morning. How's your day going? I'm sorry I had a rough morning. I did a bit too. But my day's been going better since this morning. We made these three little fellas today. With a little scarabs on the basis. Oh, and on the bodies. They're covered in scarabs. We're making... I got 120 scabs, and by gosh, I'm going to use them. Goku is a good person, but he's overconfident and too trusting. He seems to understand that enemies won't necessarily change when he defeats them. Yeah, I think he is starting to understand that about Frieza. Like in Super, his reactions to how Frieza behaves. I don't necessarily think he's naive with Frieza either from Super. Like, he got this clear thing of he distrusts Frieza. But he needs him. I don't think his character's being kept the most consistent. I don't think his character is as badly assassinated as people claim with Super. But I think throughout the entirety of Dragon Ball, they've never kept his character consistent. But that's just Toriyama's writing style. He has a very free-flowing writing style, and if you listen to him talk about his writing, he doesn't really care as much for what has already happened as what will happen and what he wants the character to do or behave. And I think that's very much his advice on like continuing the Dragon Ball story is don't worry about what's come before, just worry about what you're going to do in the future. Just worry about the here and now. Just keep the characters moving. If a character has to act out a character just to get a funny joke, that's great. If a plot needs to move a lot forward, just do something to move the plot forward. But it's a writing style a lot of writers do have, especially people who have to make serialized stuff. Because you can't afford to spend all that time creating a world when you got to be making the world. And I think it's a very fun way of doing it. And I think it's one of the reasons why Dragon Ball became as popular as it was, because he wasn't bothered about changing stuff and keeping that consistency. I really love the trope of character who actively seeks battle but gets mad when one of her friends die. Krillin is dying, Goku crippled Nappa 2 weeks. It's back. Goku's. Technically, Goku was supposed to die permanently in Cell Saga. It's not just that I read an interview with him, and it's not just that he couldn't make Gohan popular enough. It's that he didn't feel like Gohan's story would... He didn't know what to do for Gohan, basically. He didn't know how to write Gohan anymore. He thought, or at least as a main character, he realized that he wanted Gohan, basically realized that he wanted Gohan happiest where the fans didn't want him. And where ultimately to be a good protagonist of that kind of manga, he couldn't be. But he didn't want to... That's actually one of the few times where he probably went with a characterization and then just didn't want to change it. Like Gohan's entire characterization is that he's just meant to be a good kid who wants to live a normal life. He doesn't want to fight, and he kept that characterization halfway through the story. It did give me my favorite arc of Dragon Ball massively. And so I think he kind of made the right decision giving it back over to Goku, so he didn't have to effectively butcher his characterization of Gohan, which was nice. He was too innocent, yeah. I do agree with some people that he should have kept Gohan more relevant through the stories even after he brought Goku back. But still, the thing is that Goku is the most classically written character ever. He's a paragon, fun-loving but serious, but also funny. Goku is emblematic of all shonen main characters. Yeah, he wasn't the first of that ilk. Definitely not the first. There'd already been plenty of characters before him, but he definitely ended up standing out. Luffy is another character who's kind of similar. And again, it's partly because he got that free-flowing writing style of where the main character behaves as needed for what they're doing. It's a gag manga. He's a gag character. It's going more serious. He's a serious character. But it allows him just to be this free-flowing character, and no one else in Dragon Ball really has that same level of free-flowingness. The closest one is probably Vegeta, with how his character changed. Piccolo as well, maybe, especially later seasons Piccolo. Like by the time you get to Buu Saga with him. And then Super. Piccolo was, I believe Piccolo is Toriyama's favourite character though. So that's unsurprising. While Vegeta is a fan favourite character that was never planned to come back. He was planned to be killed off in the Saiyan Saga, and it was meant to end a lot sooner. But the fans loved him, so the editors basically told him to keep writing, and then don't kill him off. Frieza was also such an iconic character, that's why they brought him back. Now that anime manga has been translated, it doesn't surprise me. It's ridiculously popular worldwide. If you wanted to just show about Gohan, Piccolo, or Vegeta, you would need to build the show around them. Tons of people would watch a show about Vegeta, but it'd inherently be less comical. It depends. Vegeta is a more comical character. The more Vegeta is in the show, the more comical his character is. And mostly it's because he contrasts Goku massively by the fact that he actually adapts much more quickly to human life. Like, he's actually a good father and stuff, and that's what I think is one of the funny things. But also, he still has his Saiyan pride and all of that stuff and wants to be a fighter, so there's a lot of comedy around Vegeta just being out of place, but also, you know, surprisingly a good dad. Or trying to be, and a good husband. There's a lot of comedy. Piccolo... Again, I don't think you necessarily have to be that serious, especially if you... Have you watched Dragon Ball Superhero? If not, it's probably the best Dragon Ball film they've ever done, personally. That being said, I didn't enjoy the original Broly films, so... But Dragon Ball Superhero is a good way of showing that you could actually have a Piccolo and a Gohan show, and it would be good by itself. You'd have to have Piccolo be the main character because he would be the one that would have to take the role of Goku. Or at least the role of Goku being the one who actively seeks out fights and getting stronger, while Gohan would be the one who takes more of a Bulma-esque role, but then being the one to ultimately have to win the day, because he's just got that unlimited potential. And with that, you can also introduce the kids and stuff more, and you wouldn't be able to work with Vegeta, but you'd also be able to get Bulma and stuff more into it. But it'll be a good way to write a much more grounded manga that would be much more emblematic of the original series. Whereas Super as it is now, with Goku and Vegeta, they're going a lot more off-world and spending a lot less time with the original cast of characters that helped make Dragon Ball what it is today. Vegeta is a great character. He is a representation of redemption. Yeet. Original Broly isn't canon, yes. Thank goodness. I really dislike the original Broly. I think he has a cool character design, but the character as he is in the films absolutely sucks. Oh, I like the new Broly. I do agree that maybe some of his character design isn't necessarily as, you know, over-top cool as the original one, but I think it's got a lot more thought put into it. Like, if you look at Broly's design, you can see lots of different parts to the design, like the different scars and his, you know, his green tunic thing he wears. There's just a lot of things just pointing to his background and story. I think a problem with Goku that his journey kind of felt like it was complete with the Cell Saga. I think his journey as a fighter felt complete with the Cell Saga. And his journey as a character felt complete with the Saiyaman arc. And after that, you don't really need to do a hell of a lot with it. It's not to say that he can't use a character a lot. I think Superhero proved that he can use a character still. The Boo Saga proved he can still use a character. And so did the Tournament of Power. He's a very good slice of life character, I'd say. Like, whenever Dragon Ball's deciding to go more slice of life, Piccolo and Gohan are such good characters of that sort of stuff. And they're such good foils to one another, while also just... They're good. They can both be the straight man and the goofball if you put them in different scenarios, and it's hilarious. Man was fun, but it should have been a spin-off, not the main story. I don't know. I feel like it was a very good connection arc. I feel like as a single arc, it was great, and I feel like it could have easily been a spin-off. And I kind of just want that spin-off to come back. Like, with focus on Fidel, Gohan, Piccolo, and Bulma. Just those characters interacting with one another, and and like the kids as well. Trunks, Goten, Pan. And you've got yourself, and with Vegeta and Goku being off-world, and a lot of major threats being gone, and Gohan wanting to become stronger, and Piccolo wanting to become stronger too. And Dende, bring back Dende more. But keep his height consistent. Don't just have him shrinking and going tall like they keep doing. Original Broly would have to take place between Goku and Gohan leaving the hyperbolic timetable and beginning of the Cell games. That means 6 days. Yeah. The original Broly's not canon. None of the original films are canon. None of them. Not even characters from them are canon, as far as I'm aware. The only thing that people keep forgetting is canon, but they think it isn't, and it is Tarbell and the OVA at the end of the series. Partly because it's been mentioned multiple times, and partly because Toriyama kept confirming it was canon. I say 6 because Vegeta and future Trunks went back in for 3 more days. Yeah. Yeah, the original films, I actually did like. What was the film where you basically had the knockoff Boo? I kind of liked that one. Because I remember seeing that one, I think it was on TV or something as a kid. And I kind of liked the feeling of it. I don't remember really much about it, but I do remember it being one of a few Dragon Ball things where I actually watched it and was like, yeah. But... Oh gosh, it keeps going late and I keep yapping. So thank you for coming to the stream. If you've not liked the stream already... Or you could make Gohan work if they wrote a story where Piccolo got kidnapped and Gohan had to go save him. It'd be telling story, would be down to watch. Yeah, if you've not watched Dragon Ball Superhero, definitely watch it. That's a great Gohan Piccolo story. It was originally meant to be just a Piccolo story, but it became Gohan Piccolo. Because they weren't sure that Piccolo could hold an entire film by himself. The movies are set in alternate timelines. That makes sense. That's a bit like what's his name George Lucas said about all the books. Before handing it over to Disney, his thoughts on the books and all of the spin-off stuff, that if he didn't directly make it himself, that's somebody else's story. It's not an actual Star Wars story. It's an alternate universe, which could happen in the Star Wars world, but it's not George Lucas's Star Wars. And the only canon was the first 6 films, and now he sold it over to Disney. Whatever Disney says is canon is also canon. But yeah. That makes sense, though. I do like the Dragon Ball games. That's actually the big thing that probably got me kind of interested in Dragon Ball. Because you had like, some of the Dragon Ball fighting games were good, and the Dragon Ball Budokai series. And then you had another one which was like a scrolling adventure game. That was really fun. But that was like based mostly on the original series. I need to watch the original series again. It's been years since I watched that one. None of the movies can fit in the universe. Yeah. Pre-Disney Lucasfilm had different grades of canon. They would give media and had people in-house to manage it. Whoa. That kind of works. I know that not all of Legends is decanonized yet. And I've also heard apparently they want to backtrack on some of the canon that was introduced in the sequels, and you can kind of see this in some of the other media. But Disney's been doing that a lot with the less well-received projects they had. Like, I've heard Secret War is basically being completely decanonized, maybe, from the MCU universe. Was it Secret War, or was it called something else? I can't remember. That absolutely sucked, though. Had some really good moments and a lot of potential, but oh my gosh, did they squander a lot of it. Oh, felt so weird. But anyway, I keep meaning to end the stream. Love hearts to you all. Thanks for coming. I'm gonna write a schedule. Wimworld will definitely be tomorrow. I don't know what I will do on Friday. Maybe more Wimworld. Maybe we'll do more Wimworld on Saturday. I've got a lot of Combat Patrol stuff to look at, so we'll probably be wanting to look at that. It'll probably be a Handcam heavy week. All Legends except for films and Clone Wars were decanonized, but people are free to bring anything back if needed. Yeah, a lot of the thing about it is that a lot of the current canon does actively reference some of the Legends books, but the Legends books shouldn't be taken as canon. And instead that they might bring back like rewritings of some of those books, I've heard. I do know some of it, but there's definitely a lot of references to canon from the Legends books, like, you know, for lore and stuff. But it's like the Yuuzhan Vong War is basically completely decanonized. Anything basically set after the original 3, but the things set before the prequel trilogy there's a potential for it to come back. I refuse to acknowledge Disney Star Wars. There's a lot of it I like. Andor was a really good series. Clone Wars and Bad Batch was surprisingly good. I thought it was going to be terrible and I loved it. I was surprised, like, especially with the characters just being so, like, cookie-cutter type characters. I was like, this is surprisingly good. Thrawn is unforgivable. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Rebels. It had some good moments, but also had a lot of moments I just was really like, I struggled to just get through. Historical events happened, but the details may different. Details may vary. That's like, what's it called? Warhammer lore. I think the issue with trying to write characters at the moment is just how they've changed the entire Star Wars settings with the sequels. I wish they just tried doing something new. I think they over-responded to the negative press the prequels got. Because the prequels changed the Star Wars formula massively. They didn't try doing again what they originally did with the original trilogy. And instead they tried doing something completely new, introducing a lot more world building and just a very different type of character setting up. Very different world. But a lot of the original Star Wars fans weren't very happy about that. And then I think when they've made the sequel trilogy, they're like, okay, people didn't like that the prequel trilogy was so different, so let's just go with the original again and just try remaking that. And it's like, no, that's not a good idea. That's why I don't like that's why I don't like the third film, episode 6. Because they just reused the Death Star again. Oh, why? Oh, I just don't like the episode 6. I think it's one of the worst Star Wars films, including maybe one of the sequel films. The sequels have been set a couple of centuries in the future. I'm not so sure. I think it needed to focus on the Skywalker lineage, personally. Not a couple of centuries in the future, but you had... First trilogy was Luke. Second trilogy was Luke's father. Third trilogy should have been Luke's son. That's just the only way I can think of it happening. Like, Luke should have had a child. And yes, he should have had a child. 1, Jedi were allowed children. 2, it shows that the Jedi Order that Luke plans to have is different from the old one. But why I think it would have been important is that Luke shouldn't have been around in the and none of the original cast except C-3PO and R2-D2 should have really been around that much. Maybe some of them, but only like in more minor roles. If I was making it, I would have been very different. I would have tried doing something new. I would have probably gone with Luke's son. I mean, Luke's son would have been predictable, but it also feels very poetic, and it feels definitely like something like Lucas. George Lucas had the entire thing of, it's like poetry, it rhymes. Definitely wouldn't have got Lucas to do dialogue, though. He sucks at dialogue. We watched a person write a scene where the character looks into a fire and reflects on something. Only problem is the fire was in space. Technically possible. Just the fire will look a bit different. Because, contrary to popular belief, you don't necessarily need oxygen or air for a fire to burn. You just need a fuel. And, well... As a suit, you can have a fuel. It's like you can have fire burning underwater. For a lithium battery underwater, you get a fire. So there are definitely materials that can burn in space. But a lot of what they brought in sounded completely stupid. But honestly, if you're going to do that, you can do that to anything in the original 6 films. The characters were stupid. The entire setting is kind of stupid. The Battle of Hoth makes very little sense. The AT-ATs are terrible. They look cool. They're terrible designs of a vehicle. Oh, the way they defeat them. A lot of it doesn't really work. Star Wars is silly, it's fantasy, it's magic. Nothing's meant to work, it's just meant to be a fun story. Mary Jane was a girl. How that was canon. You're referring to a plasma reaction like the sun. Yeah, that can work. But you don't need a plasma reaction. Because you don't necessarily need oxygen or air to fuel or to act as a... catalyst. You don't necessarily need that. So there are ways, but I mean, obviously they didn't really think about that. That's not what they're thinking about. And if you want to make a fire look realistic, it won't look like a fire now. You'll instead get more of like a glowing sort of ball instead of it being, you know, flames flickering everywhere and smoke going up. Instead, it'll be a ball, and if there's any smoke, it'll just be gathering around it and just moving away. Because there's no gravity really to, you know, keep it in place. Or if it is close to something gravity, the smoke will be pulled towards the gravity because there's no air to make it go up. It'll just instead be pulled down to wherever the gravity is. If there's a gravity source nearby enough. Mara Jade. Mass. Well, yeah, I actually, in my sci-fi thing I'm writing, most of it takes place in like space stations or on planets without atmospheres. And I really enjoy writing about, you know, how the things actually act. Like when there is a fire, yes, this planet with very little atmosphere can have fires on it, just the fires will look very different and the smoke will not go up. Instead, it will just kind of settle around the fire and around your feet. You won't get fog to the same extent because it won't spread out. The sun will look very different. It will look very bright because there's not an atmosphere, and it won't look as large. It will look more like a bright, sort of very sharp image, whereas normally the sun looks the way it does because you got the entire atmosphere effectively filtering the sunlight for you. Also, you'll be able to see the stars in the sky even in the day to some extent. And without much atmosphere, you might not always be able to see the stars. Instead, everything will look kind of beige if you can't see the stars. And if you can see the stars, you can see the stars. Because if you can't see the stars, it's because the sun's too bright. And it's in your face, effectively. So it'll just kind of make the entire sky look kind of beige. Like, if you look at those pictures from, like, the surface of the... well, maybe not the surface of the moon. Actually, no, yeah, you got the... oh, what's it called? Your cameras and they take pictures, basically, of the sun. You can see that. And, like, probes and stuff. And like on areas where there's like a very, like on Mars as well, yeah. It's interesting. It's very interesting. Oh no, I keep meaning to end the stream. I keep getting, stop distracting me. I'm yapping. Why are you doing this? My throat hurts. I yap too much. Oh gosh. The sun, I think the sun is... I'm not sure if the sun is actually white. It will appear white if you're outside of the atmosphere, but if you look carefully at it, like, you know, with high detail cameras able to catch it despite all the light, you realise that it is actually kind of yellowish and will eventually become red. But yellow heart to you, yellow heart, normal heart to you. Thanks for coming to the stream. Look at this big old orc war boss head, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. And you see me. Oh my goodness, I'm going on forever. Bye bye. Love you all. Don't eat cupcakes if there's food. Ah. I'm so